believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. Smoke, glass, stain, bright color, image going down, 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 down. Soap, sud, green light bulb. Sometimes late when things are real and people share the gift of gab between themselves. Some are quick to take the bait and catch the perfect prize that waits among the shells. But Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. Smoke, glass, stain, bright color, image going down, 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 down. Soap, sud, green light bulb. Oh, Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. Smoke, glass, stain, bright color, image going down, 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 down. Soap, sud, green light bulb. Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And call never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. Smoke, glass, stain, bright color, image going down, 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 down. Soap, sud, green light bulb. Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me. Ooh.
In these dark times of dirty nightmares, you must ask yourself, have I got soul? Have I got soap? Well now, you can get both with Psyche Soap. In this one place, there is a live show where we have fun, where we can let loose and speak the red pill and black pill truth. Where are we? Why, we're in the bucket with Psyche Soap. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. In the bucket with Soul Soap and Psyche Soap. The same guy. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Hey! It is I, the mighty self! Woohoo! You missed me, guys? I miss you guys. I miss you guys.
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
Yep, Psyche Soap is back. Do-do-do. Back to my attack. Do-do-do. Kick him in the nuts. Do-do-do. That's a running joke. Do-do-do. It's Psyche Soap in the bucket party time. Excellent. Woo! Yeah. Welcome. You are with Psyche Soap. We're in the bucket where we have fun, let loose, speak the red pill and black pill truth. This show may offend even ardent supporters, friends, and neighbors, but as usual, I don't give a fuck. But why? Because I can, stupid. Now, later on in the show, like, shit, once we reach the 2-hour mark and shit, you know, it's gonna be those things that make you go, damn! By Psyche Soap. And this has the most abhorrent and egregious traumatic horror. The emergence of the horror. Shut! You like that shit. That's why I keep making them. Because you guys is crazy. You gotta watch that shit. Yes. Now let's get on with it. Let's pull back some layers of this damn week. Because, man, got way too many layers to pull back. There is this 500-pound thingy that I've been seeing making the rounds until the rounds made her. So I'll go ahead and put that on right now. This shit is crazy. Hey, yo, this is from my man's education. Y'all check him out. He's really big. Well, not as big as this bitch, but here we go.
Blanding tells us she was just trying to get to a Detroit Lions watch party this month when her Lyft rolled off. The driver said his tires could not handle her weight. The rapper says she's pretty tough.
It really hurt my feelings.
It would be no different than a...
Okay, let me stop right there. She's pretty tough. If she's pretty tough, why was it so easy, very easy, to hurt her fifis? What the fuck? I mean, your feelings are hurt because you couldn't fit in a Lyft ride? Whatever. What the fuck?
A driver pulling up and saying, I don't want to have black people in my car.
What Better Call Saul here doesn't talk about is this is nothing like being a certain race, a certain religion. This is not an inherent trait. This person, any individual, can make changes to their lifestyle and decrease their weight and not have this problem. This is insane.
Blanding.
See? I didn't even have to say it myself. I mean, when I first seen this shit, yeah, I know, man. She is like one of those things that make you go, damn! But really, she's the monster business. For sure. The whole monster business is going on with this bitch. Like, this. She looks like that. All right? The butt goes in the back, not in the front, bitch. Fuck your fupa trooping feelings, princess. The world doesn't revolve around. Wait, my bad. My bad. It does. Shit. Because she had a lot of stories around her to, The stories themselves were orbiting. She had a gravitational pull coming from all of this, and I guess that affected her feelings and shook the seismic scale on her fat ass. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, man. And for the fellas that are up in here, thank y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and say my thank yous. Char, of course, you know what's up. And then you know who this is. Yep. You know who's here. You know who's here. I can't let that play too long. Fish got nukes. What's up? Brandon True Blood. What's up? And just because I'm shouting y'all out, don't go nowhere. We got some more shit. And everybody do the Bartman. Do the Bartman. Everybody do the Bartman. Okay, Bartman's here. And then who else is in this motherfucker? Kimmy. Yeah. At 500 fucking pounds, right? I know I'm dad joking about this shit, but I won't sugarcoat it because her fat ass might eat it too. Now, one, you know you are a detriment to any compact vehicle, any non-truck vehicle. And about the shaming, that shit works. All right? Look at Lizzo. You know how Lizzo lost weight? I mean, like 4 fucking words made that bitch lose weight. Trey Parker, Matt Stone. Okay? All you had to do was make it a fucking South Park cutaway, and the bitch ended up losing weight. And you saw her reaction, right? All like, oh my God, acting all, she, okay, like what the black folks say, she code switched. You know what I'm saying? And then started acting all like Valley White Girl and all of that. And then she got her shit together. I bet you she's one of these swirler chicks. But, I mean, as for them, her, the Penny Prouds of the world, y'all look like bitches I don't even fuck with anymore. Like, that was a 20-year memory ago. Y'all look like that. And thank goodness my standards changed. It's called getting older. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, she could jump in the air and get stuck. We know this. All right. Now, she gets her sweatpants from Omar the Tent Maker. Oh, man. She's the type to turn sweatpants into leggings, into yoga pants. She turns sweatpants into yoga pants. You know you wrong. You know you fucking wrong. I mean, and because after this, because she's using the GIC. You know this bitch is using the motherfucking GIC. You know what I'm talking about, the usual suspects. But we know what this is. Because Cookie Monster, which she is bigger than Cookie Monster, knows what this is. Shit, man, I don't give a shit. We're going to talk our shit. You're a walking joke. And a health hazard to your fucking self. And that's no excuse. It's the truth. And when your big stank DeMoss ass get a fucking heart attack or something, then the truth will set in. Then you start taking your little rap money, your little royalties, if you still get those types of things. You're going to take all that money and you're going to shoot it in your veins in the form of, Ozempic, you big bitch. The fuck's wrong with you, man? Oh, I had to say something about that shit. This is horrible. Fucking horrible. I waited a whole week to get that bullshit out. You ugly motherfucker, man. This is wrong, man. What else we got going on? Not the intro. We did this shit already. Go to the next one here. What else we fucking with? Oh, shit. I'm forgetting, man. The shit. Well, you might as well call it that. But it's the sit rep. The sit rep of the day. Check it out. This is coming from S2 Underground.
This is The Wire for 2300 Zulu, January 30th, 2025. Precedence is priority. Information cutoff is 2200. Bottom line up front. Commercial aircraft collides with Army helicopter in Washington, D.C. On the home front, in Washington, D.C., at approximately 9 p.m. last night, American Airlines Flight 5342 collided with a VH-60 Black Hawk helicopter while on short final approach to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Both aircraft collided catastrophically, with the debris field largely landing in the Potomac River southeast of the airport. Following the incident, an extremely large-scale mass casualty incident was declared, leading to a large interagency rescue operation. Throughout the night, 28 fatalities were reportedly recovered from the involved aircraft. This official casualty figure is expected to rise as the manifest of the American Airlines flight indicated 64 souls on board at the time of the incident and 3 crew on board the Black Hawk. So far, no survivors have been reported from either aircraft. Analysts comment. Due to water temperatures being at freezing levels, even if anyone did survive the initial violent collision, it is extremely unlikely for anyone to have survived being immersed in the water at these temperatures for any length of time. Regarding the manifest of the Black Hawk, few details have been released due to both the privacy considerations for the families as well as security.
He said Black Hawk. Yeah.
Concerns. The VH-60 helicopter in question was a U.S. Army helicopter from Bravo Company, 12th Aviation Battalion, operating out of Davison Army Airfield in Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The airframe was operating under the call sign of PAT-25, functioning as one of the priority air transport aircraft for VIPs throughout the National Capital Region. Per the latest information released by authorities, no VIPs were on board at the time of the incident, as this was a training flight. Analyst comments for this wire. At the moment, there are no indications of malign action regarding the collision of Flight 5342 and PAT-25. So far, all indications line up suggesting that not only was this a tragic accident, but that the potential for this exact scenario to happen has been many years in the making. Right now, one of the more overwhelming aspects of this accident is that of engagement farming, outrage baiting, and the spread of generally false information. Of course, the question on everyone's mind is, how could this have happened? Unfortunately, when it comes to Army aviation, especially within the National Capital Region, this mishap is completely within the realm of possibility. Over the past few years, it also became popular for military aviation to fly without their transponders on, or perhaps more accurately, without using ADS-B transponder modes. In short, few military helicopters even have ADS-B, and those that do have been less inclined to use it. As much outrage abounds regarding this helicopter flying dark, one must remember that most military aircraft do not even have ADS-B transponders equipped, rather relying on different transponder modes to make their presence known to aircraft around them. As such, the absence of ADS-B data on public flight tracking websites does not automatically mean that the aircraft was flying dark. They could have been using a different transponder mode that wouldn't show up on many public websites. Further concern has been expressed by various entities, to include the President and Vice President, regarding the cause of the collision. Rather unusually, both the President and Vice President have highlighted deficiencies among air traffic control operators, which may have led to this incident. While many will take this as a crass and inappropriate response while families are still grieving, there may be more to the story than meets the eye, which requires the dropping of sugarcoating. For instance, closed-source mainstream media reporting has suggested that the FAA is aware.
Hey, don't sugarcoat this too much, because that rapping fat bitch Stank the Moss might eat it too. Keep going.
That a non-standard operating posture was in place in the tower at Washington National last night, which resulted in only one person undertaking critical duties that are normally the job of 2 people. Right now, the sourcing for this information has not been released, so the veracity of this information is unknown and unconfirmable. Additionally, newly confirmed Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth stated that the VH-60 was conducting a continuity of government training mission, which, while extremely common, causes more strategic concerns regarding national defense than any other aviation mishap. What is more certain, however, are the other details leading up to the incident. Visibility was poor due to low lunar illumination. Even flying with night vision goggles would have been challenging at the time of the incident. The American Airlines flight was also approaching the airport to land at a runway that's rarely used. Most people familiar with the area know that runway 33 is not really used that often, with the longer runway 1 being far more common. Various defense officials have stated that the VH-60 was on a routine training flight. Locals know that these flights are carried out daily, multiple times per day, so it's possible that complacency led to a lack of awareness that an aircraft was landing at a runway that isn't normally used much. This change was made at the last minute due to winds reportedly allowing a more favorable landing on runway 33, which could have added to the confusion. Additional speculation has focused on the point of view of those piloting the Black Hawk, which would have presented unique lighting conditions that may have led to even more confusion for the pilots. All in all indications suggest the perfect conditions were present for the chain of causation to remain unbroken, leading to this disaster. This concludes the 2000.
Alright, so I'm new to this shit. I'm new to it. I don't know what the hell is going on. I just heard a couple of reports here and there about it. You know, about it being about either the pilot of the chopper or the pilot of the airplane. That is all new to me. I don't know what happened. I don't know what caused it. I don't know what was involved in it. You know, right now I'm sifting through the data with you pretty much. And there's this story that says here that there's a full list of DC plane crash victims, and all the people were confirmed dead near the airport. Now, at least 40 bodies have been recovered from a Washington, D.C. aircraft collision, which has wiped out entire family units, including a TikTok skating star, a famed athlete couple, and all 4 flight crew members. Figure skaters Spencer Lane at 16, Brielle Bear at 12, and Jenna Han at 13 are among the more than 5 dozen victims who died this past Wednesday after an American Airlines flight and an Army Black Hawk collided in Washington, D.C. Now, famed Russian skating couple Eugenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov, 50s, they're in their 50s, alongside Lane, Bear, and Han's mothers, also tragically lost their lives in the crash over the Potomac River. The bodies of all 4 flight crew members, including one who was mere months away from a promotion and a wedding, were also recovered from the debris from this past Thursday. Bodies of 2 of the 3 soldiers who were flying in the helicopter have also been recovered. 3 unidentified Fairfax County students and 6 parents, 2 who were staff members, also died, the school district confirmed. Many on the flight were returning from a figure skating event in Wichita, the district had said. Lane and Han were also coming from the skating event. American Airlines Flight 5342 had been approaching Reagan Washington National Airport on Wednesday night when the crash occurred, officials said. 64 people, 60 passengers, and 4 crew were on board and all died, officials said. At least 40 bodies have been recovered, D.C. Fire Chief John Donnelly said. All right. And you guys that are listening via Spotify or audio only, you're not able to see this, but what we're seeing right now are some of this figure skaters that have died in this tragic event. Thoughts and prayers with them. Continues on with the story here. We will work to find all the bodies and reunite them with their loved ones, he said at a Thursday press conference. U.S. Figure Skating has confirmed that several skaters, coaches, and their family members were on board that flight and had been returning home from the National Development Camp, which is held in conjunction with the National Championships. We are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. We will continue to monitor the situation and will release more information as it becomes available, the sport governing body said in a statement. American figure skater John Maravilla, as reported by REA Novosti, said, and this is a Russian news outlet, I believe. Let me continue on. But he says, I don't want to name names, but there were around 14 figure skaters on the plane, not counting their parents and several coaches. And some of y'all can't see, the ones that are enjoying this on the radio can't see this, but there's quite a few here. There's Spencer and Christine Lane, Eugenia Shishkova, we mentioned earlier, Vadim Nomov, wow, Jenna and Jen Han, Asra Hussein, Anna Volyanskaya, Samuel Lilly, first officer, Jonathan Campos, captain, Denasia Elder, flight attendant Ian Epstein, flight attendant Ryan O'Hara, Black Hawk crew, Andrew Eves from the Black Hawk crew, and I'm hearing that there were 3 members of the helicopter crew, but they're not releasing the other. I wonder why. And I'm hearing that they're getting that messed up. But we'll keep going with the story. CBS News reported that a dive team had recovered one of the 2 data recorders, the so-called black boxes, from the plane. I bet you they got those damn things locked the fuck down. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said both the helicopter and the airplane had been flying normal flight patterns. This was not unusual, he said. The Pentagon, Department of Defense, and the Army have launched investigations. In a post on Truth Social, President Donald Trump questioned the actions of the helicopter crew and air traffic controllers on what he described as a clear night. It looked clear in the video, in the intro, right? Right? All right. This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good, he wrote. And then there's other, folks that have lost their lives here. There is a okay. There were some officers, some Filipino officers that were on board that died already. That died also. Let me see that again. Yep. Yeah. Colonel Malabad. Okay, there's him. And then there's other things going on here. So he was on official travel at the time of his death. He had originally traveled to India to inspect 2,675 bulletproof vests. Afterward, they brought 5 vests to the U.S. for further testing. He was planning on visiting his brother before going home to his wife and kid. Wow. Some shit going on, man. There's some shit going on. Okay, Timmy's saying that there's a DIATC employee. And that would be of the chopper, I take it. There's still, information out there. I'm going to probably check this out going on. Fish Got Nukes say, when a plane is landing, it can't really maneuver. Okay, understandable. And the LA fires, there is now, as of this recording, 25 deaths from that. And in this tragedy, however, there is about 40. I don't want to get into the body count Olympics or anything like that, but both tragedies, fucking horrible. Oh man. Yeah, there's some shit going on in this one, bruh. I don't know. What should I do? Perhaps drop the link. Get your opinions on it. I don't know. But right now I'm looking at it in real time. Okay, there was a crash. One was starting to land and then pow. Oh shit. Okay. Let me stop that right here. There's more to this story, too. An air traffic controller was reportedly allowed to leave their post early just before American Airlines Flight 5342 collided in midair with a military helicopter over D.C. Insiders in a preliminary internal FAA report have started to reveal catastrophic failures leading up to the aviation disaster that killed 67 people. Okay. Damn. Including 3 soldiers this past Wednesday. The collision took place as the American Airlines flight carrying 60 passengers and foreign crew made its final approach to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport shortly before 9 p.m. Eastern evening. Now, that night, air traffic controller was left to handle both helicopter traffic and manage planes, which should have been a divided duty. Oh. Okay, so according to this, there was an air traffic controller that was supposed to handle one duty and another person handling another, but this one ended up taking on 2 things at once. Oh, okay. Those tasks are usually handled between 2 people from 10 a.m. until 9:30 p.m. according to the report. After 9:30 p.m., the duties are typically combined because I can understand why they would be typically combined around that time because, the skies start to get a little quiet at night. There's not much flying around when that happens. There's a lot of flying in the daytime, the morning and then in the afternoon. But when it gets closest to the evening and later on in the night, the traffic is it gets a little less. It gets scarce. Okay, a supervisor reportedly decided to combine those duties before the scheduled cutoff time, however, and allowed one air traffic controller to leave work early. Okay. 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 Let me keep going. The FAA report said that the staffing configuration was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. No shit. And then the story goes on to say, it remains unclear why the supervisor allowed the worker to clock off early on Wednesday night, just before the mid-air collision. And it's kind of strange that, the personnel isn't released yet. Maybe by the time we hit the next show, for next week, things might get a little more clear, even though I doubt it. Okay, and we're looking at parts of the wreckage here. That's near the airport. 67 people. Wow. And now I'm looking at some of the, surveillance footage from that, which was also in the intro as well. It also emerged that the Army helicopter, which was carrying 3 soldiers involved in the collision, might have also deviated from its approved flight path. The outlet again spoke with insiders that the Sikorsky H-60 Black Hawk helicopter was not on its approved route and flying higher than it should have been. Approval had been given for the helicopter to fly no higher than 200 feet along the east side of the Potomac River, where it would have avoided the passenger jet. The pilot of the helicopter confirmed sighted the American Airlines flight, and was told to stick to their predetermined route and go behind the plane. Sources said the pilot did not stick to the path, however, and was a half-mile off course, as well as being at an altitude of above 300 feet. Not good. A senior Army official told the Times that the pilot of the Black Hawk had flown the route before and was well aware of the tight altitude restrictions and routes. As the jet approached the runway, those on board had asked air traffic control to change their runway, according to an FAA report. The plane, Bombardier CRJ-700, had been cleared to touch down on runway 1, the main airport thoroughfare, but the controller then asked the pilot to land on runway 33. Does that sound like a last-minute decision? What the fuck? Alright, well, I'm taking me a shot and try to power through this shit. Excuse me. A source told the Times that such a move is routine, especially with regional jets, and that the decision might have been made to prevent clogging on the main runway. 5 current and former controllers also told the outlet that the lone controller in the tower should have been more proactive in directing the two away from each other. And then there's more and more footage on the situation. And what you're seeing here is what had actually happened here. And what was going on with that. And this is seen if you watch the replay of the bucket or rewind it back a little bit. It shows the intended route of the airplane and the intended route, the unintended route, apparently, of the helicopter. So, man, this is insane, bro. The reemergence of the horror. Emergence of the motherfucking horror. All flights were diverted when the crash occurred. Oh, says Timmy. Okay. This is insane, bro. I mean, but, I can't really, rest on, just a few reports and word of mouth and all of that other shit. I'm just waiting for these different reports come in from this situation because over the week while I was working, they were saying that one of the air traffic controllers or the pilot of the Black Hawk was a DEI hire, probably a woman. And I don't know what the hell happened with this shit. But again, thoughts and prayers, hearts go out. You know what I'm saying? I'm crazy. I got this Psycho got the Hako mask, and this is what he does to bring you them things that make you go. Damn! Psyche Soap, which comes on later. I don't think I got the airplane footage on that one, but it is surely on the bucket here for prosperity until YouTube strikes us. But you know what? Even if they do, right now I am simulcasting on both BitChute Live. This is my debut on that. And I'm also broadcasting live on Odyssey.com again. So things are getting better. With the help of your kindnesses. Thank you. Things are starting to get better now. Cookie sweater now. Let me shut the fuck up. Oh, man. Oh, what's going on with it? Okay. So, Orange Man's in. He's in the office, and his approval ratings have been released. All right. Well, they say now that his approval rating has went to 47. Kind of crazy, huh? I mean, comparing to Joe Biden getting in, Joe Biden had a 57% approval rating going on there. Let me see here. Now, Donald Trump had 47 in an approval rating, which is a couple of, percent points over his first one when he got here in 2017. Oh, man. And before that, Ronald Reagan had the lowest. Damn, bro. What the fuck? And the highest ever at this time around when they first get in the office, inaugural ratings, John Kennedy has the highest at 72. Oh, all right. Eisenhower's number 2, Barack Obama's number 3, Jimmy Carter number 4, Richard Nixon number 5. I don't understand how that shit happened. Bill Clinton's at 6. Biden and Bush are tied at 7. And this is Bush 2. But H.W. Daddy Bush is the next one down, and then Reagan, and then 2 of Trump's ratings. And these are approval ratings between the years 1953 and the current year 2025. That is insane. So yeah, this is crazy. And you can most certainly check this out on your own with the Gallup poll. I do have that here in your screen so y'all can see that right there. And what fucks me up is the one about Biden, bro. Like, what the fuck? Biden, that don't make any fucking sense. That don't make any sense to me. Anyway, and then there's a disapproval rating, and from the looks of this, Trump has the highest in that. That's fucking crazy. All right. So, of course, everybody hates the orange man, but he keeps giving you content. But now here are the picks. They're going into their, their confirmation hearings. And there were some good things, man. He'll give you some good things. I get that too, Timothy. I mean, because I myself used to work for a polling firm without, doxing myself too much. And the way that they would pick up this information is through cold calls. Cold calling boomers is basically how they get it. I don't know how they're doing it now. I think that they're now getting hip to the fact that most folks have smartphones now flip phones now for you boomers, and they're still calling these numbers and shit, getting these crazy approval ratings. Okay, all right. And then I got a little something else to show y'all, man. This is some crazy shit. And this one is centered more on the RFK hearing. A lot of hypocrisy was going on with that shit. A lot of fucking hypocrisy. And so we'll put this on, that's from Kim Iverson. Check her out. Okay, let's keep this going on, and I'll play that right about now.
What she was asking, and she basically clarifies that in the hallway during this interview.
His answers are he intends to continue to make money off his anti-vax position. Look, he says he won't go to work for drug.
All right, let's do this
No,
again.
I am not. But actually, that is what she was asking, and she basically clarifies that in the hallway during this.
Wait a minute.
There's a lot of people aren't against vaccines.
Let me rewind this back. You know what I'm saying? Because they're showing a part where Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas is getting off in RFK's face with this bullshit. And, RFK held his own. He held his own. Poor guy. But we'll keep this going on right here.
But here she is basically asserting that.
You financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You have said
you're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're.
This bitch sounds like. Does she sound familiar? Does she fucking sound familiar? Which one is she? Which one is she in this picture? Huh? Which one is this bitch? Huh? Sounds just like it. Huh? Which one of these is her? We know exactly which one is. Yeah. We know who the fuck this is. That's her. She is the GIC is real, man. That shit is everywhere. This is no conspiracy theory. Walk the fuck outside your front door tomorrow. Go to the store. Go to work. You damn right, Timmy. That's Gertrude. Walk outside of your home. Tell me you ain't gonna encounter at least one of these motherfuckers on your. Interact with one of them. Interact with one of them. No matter what the fuck you do. See what I'm saying? This is Gertrude, y'all. I'm afraid of even wanting to play this shit. Seriously. This bitch is horrible, but let's go.
Well, look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die.
What? Much like the people that were funding you were doing it? Really, bitch? Really, bitch?
But Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines.
Just like you have been, Gertrude, and your little GIC. We know what's up.
I support the childhood schedule.
And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. kept saying, I support vaccines. What he's asserting is he supports safe and effective vaccines. And I think that's the take for everybody. I mean, look, we just want, sure, I'll take a vaccine that's going to prevent me from getting an illness if I know.
Especially if it's from the, check it out. Especially if the vaccine was made in the classic way. I'll put that up there. Fuck that, because it's the truth. It's the fucking truth. And not only did he do that, he did this twice. He did this shit twice. Now, yeah, it's been said, yeah, and I've read RFK's book about this. The real Anthony Fauci. Sure did. This sumbitch Fauci had a bunch of, PIs, private investigators and fixers in the pocket. Going out to shut people up. I don't know if y'all have seen the movie Ray Donovan or not, or, Robert Mayhew and everything. But what a fixer does is the dirty work of the PR campaigns. They use mob tactics, capo tactics, to shut people up, to keep the truth from getting out. Or my man Mike Ehrmantraut from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. Now, mind you, good dude. When you watch that shit, I watched that shit for that guy. Because, even though he was evil, he did, he was a stand-up guy, Well, he was portrayed to be. So was Ray Donovan. But they would do evil shit. Evil shit. But these are the type of people that Fauci had in the pocket. And one of the 7 things that I wanted Trump to do was to lock up Fauci. But there are preemptive pardons on him. Why is that so? Why the fuck is that so? I don't know, Sharky Stomp. And fuck y'all, man. Not y'all, but folks that say that shit to me. You know what I mean, bruh.
Know that it has a high safety rating, a high efficacy rating for one, like it actually works. I think that there's a lot of people aren't against vaccines. They would love to be able to have safe and effective vaccines. We just can't trust the pharmaceutical companies. They haven't been developing them in the safe and effective way. They have a piss poor track record. 30% of the drugs that the FDA approves eventually have to have a black box warning or get pulled completely off the shelves.
Absolutely. And not only that, these types of drugs, especially the gene therapy way of them putting this out, had a faster track of getting approved by the FDA than any other drug has. Now, I might get hit with a fucking misinformation warning or whatever, but I don't give a fuck. So I'm gonna tell the truth, goddammit. Whenever the fuck you were done, this is what's been happening. Keep it going.
30% of the FDA approvals. So that goes to show that the approval process is already flawed as it is if they're getting it wrong 30% of the time. I mean, these are the types of things. But there she is, she says, no, I'm not. When he says, you're asking me not to sue big pharma, pharmaceutical companies, she says, no, I am not. But actually, that is what she was asking. And she basically clarifies that in the hallway during this interview.
His answers are he intends to continue to make money off his anti-vax position. Look, he says he won't go to work for drug companies because the American people have a right to know that the decisions made while he is Secretary of HHS are only for the good of the American people.
What happened to letting the American people having the right to know what the fuck was going on when a health crisis was happening 5 years ago? Where the fuck was that at? Who was our HHS secretary? We didn't hear a lot about that person. All we heard was Fauci this, Fauci that, Fauci was the science. What the fuck?
And yet, he wants to keep a piece of the action on every one of these anti-vax
And you don't!
lawsuits.
And you
and
don't!
What that means potentially is as Secretary of HHS, he can make those lawsuits a whole lot more profitable. In fact, he...
Good! Good. In fact, I'll double down. They should happen more often than you think, bitch. Bye.
They have the opportunity to bankrupt the vaccine manufacturers, and then nobody gets vaccine.
Are you worried that he's in a position to serve his own interest?
That is the problem. He has said he will protect his right to make money off the position of Secretary of HHS. That means that every decision he makes could be for the American people or could be just to benefit RFK Jr.
Do you think any of the points you're making are resonating with your Republican colleagues?
So then, by this logic, if she's going to say, oh, well, he's just going to benefit from this, then I guess a doctor couldn't be the Secretary of Health and Human Services because, oh no, the doctor might make regulations or deregulate things in such a way that would benefit them when they leave office. I mean, it's so absurd to think that.
This is classic revolving door bullshit. Classic revolving door lobbyist bullshit. That's been going on before he got in, and I'm pretty damn sure that whoever the fuck was health secretary during that whole situation was doing just the same thing this bitch was describing. Keep going.
That one guy would benefit and profit and make millions of dollars off of suing these big companies. This is when we talk about bought off politicians and conflicts of interest, this isn't really what we mean by that. We definitely want professionals and people who have been somehow involved in the industry or suing the industry like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or somehow in a way. And for him, he's hostile to these industries. So that's the type of person we want. Somebody who's going to
Abso-fucking-lutely. And absolutely, Doug, what up? Yeah. Pocahontas is upset because RFK is a threat to her donors who make her rich. And fuck you. How about that? Got a problem? Take it up with me. Alright, keep it going.
To be skeptical, actually hold their feet to the fire, and not just give them a pass and wait for the cushy job with the big pharmaceutical company when they're done being Secretary of Health and Human Services.
That's how it goes.
And being paid millions of dollars.
That's how it goes.
That's what's normally going on. And yet Elizabeth Warren is worried that he's going to sue big pharmaceutical companies and potentially bankrupt them. Oh no.
Ooh.
They deserve to be bankrupted, Elizabeth Warren. They deserve to be bankrupted. Why aren't you asking about the reasons why they would be sued to begin with? Why aren't you talking about that? The injuries, the people who have suffered, the deaths, the people that were lied to. Why aren't you talking about those people, the people you're supposed to be representing? But instead you're there shilling for big pharma, carrying their water, saying that you ought to protect them from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. because he's going to get in there and allow himself to go and sue them later for all of the deaths and harms they've caused.
Yeah, there. Right there. I didn't have to say it. And you know who they were protecting? Do you know who the fuck they were protecting the whole time? Companies from people like this.
I got the COVID vaccine because I'm vulnerable and my doctor told me to.
I got the vaccine to do the right thing.
I got the vaccine to make sure that my dad wouldn't get sick.
I got the COVID vaccine because my husband kept getting exposed to COVID at work.
I got the vaccine to protect my health.
I got the vaccine to protect my friends, my family, and my patients.
I received the vaccine to help protect my patients.
I got the vaccine to be able to travel.
I got the vaccine to protect my dad and my husband.
I got my vaccine because I wanted to help protect people and I wanted life to go back to normal.
But now I'm injured. And then after I was sick, I was told I don't know what to do by doctors.
My physician told me the vaccine couldn't do this to me and that I was healthy.
My doctor said the second jab could kill me, but he later tried to blame something else.
My doctor said that my symptoms could not have come from the vaccine.
My doctor doesn't know what to do.
My doctor said it's kind of like we're all guinea pigs because...
I dare you. I dare you to give me a misinformation strike for that. Because all you're doing All you're doing is confirming what we already knew. And why RFK Jr. was chosen to get after this particular subject. Why, man? And now we know. Now we know who that money was going to. Inflated this whole, devalued our own currency, but putting the value of that currency in your pocket. Not you, fellas. Not you, RFK. Those that RFK is going against. We can preemptively pardon Fauci. You fucking serious? Stupid motherfuckers, I swear. Stupid. More confirmations. More shit going on, bruh. Lots of shit going on. All right. How about this one guy, Boyney? Miss that guy? Remember him? Yeah. Well, he's still there. He's still there. This motherfucker used to go on his live show. They all used to support each other. The so-called progressive talk radio complex. And this was in the 2010s. Yeah, when I was blue-pilled and shit, I used to listen to Mr. Kennedy's show. And Tom Hartman's program, which Bernie Sanders' bitch ass was on. And now these motherfuckers is, this is a civil war, believe it or not. Unfolding right before your very eyes. Let's go.
President Trump and Mr. Kennedy are quite right when they say that our system is broken. They're right.
You know it is. It's because of motherfuckers like them. And motherfuckers like you, apparently, Boyney. What the fuck?
Our economic system today is broken. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Wages have been stagnant for American workers for 50 years. The economy is broken. You know what? Our political system is broken and corrupt. You have a handful of billionaires in both political parties who contribute huge amounts of money to elect candidates in this room, throughout the United States Congress. That is a broken political system and a real threat to democracy. Our healthcare system is broken. And it's broken for some of the reasons that Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not.
Doesn't this motherfucker look like a comic book villain when he's looking like that?
Not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are.
It is because you're supporting the very people that wanted to put tape over our mouths when we were coming back with the feedback of your experimental drug failing on everyone. I am so glad I didn't take that shit. I am so glad I didn't take that shit. And I was working for a healthcare supply provider. I was doing that. Yeah, I was, virtually on the front lines of this shit. And I told my bosses, you are not going to put that fucking thing in my arm just to keep the job, or I will quit. Real shit.
So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
Well, he's on the same side as you, but let's listen to him.
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh.
Got him. Got him. Including you, motherfucker. Including you. You better confirm him. And if you are just as good as you say you are, Bernie, if you are just as against that shit, Captain Commie, then you would confirm this motherfucker and quit your bullshitting. Caroline Kennedy was saying that, RFK Jr. He was a drug addict and a predator and all of this dumbass shit. I can understand him being on the drugs and all this shit. I can understand him being on that. Bruh, his father gotten assassinated trying to run for president. I can understand that. So you putting these social media cameras on it ain't doing a fuck. Ain't doing a fuck at all. And you know what? He faced that down. Gotten rid of it. Gotten with some, albeit they are for that Medicare, Medicaid for all bullshit or whatever. If you really look at that, okay, ask your nearest veteran that gets their health care from VA. Ask your nearest veteran that's currently serving right now as to how they're getting their health care through TRICARE. You want to put the whole country through that shit? Come on, dude. Alright, let me keep this going. I might want to rewind that then. Let's have some more of that.
Including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Yes, you are.
And protecting their interests.
Yeah. You one of those motherfuckers, Bernie. Come on. He uncovered that shit. He uncovered your bullshit, too. Don't think you slick. See, Vermont don't know. And another thing, too. Y'all know that Bernie Sanders is an NRA member, right? Right? Helping him get elected over in Vermont. I wish this motherfucker would go off on RFK the same way he goes off on those that are pro-Second Amendment. He don't say shit about that much, does he? See, Captain Commie wants to take your gun away, but he wants to keep his while getting votes from the NRA, right? Man, fuck out of here.
No. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money.
Oh, but it came from big pharma workers, did it not? Did it not? So you got your contributions from big pharma, motherfucker.
From the pharmaceutical, they came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money.
He was. This coming from the single, okay, he's third in that whole list all time. 1 is Obama, 2 is Trump, believe it or not. He did sign off on Operation Warp Speed. Orange Man's no angel. Cut the bullshit. But this is true. Bernie's one of them, too. Alright, come on, Captain Commie.
From workers all over this country. Workers,
you were the
not a nickel from corporate tax.
You were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in the industry.
1.5.
This motherfucker here.
All right, but you have not answered, last question. You have not answered my question.
Motherfucker, you haven't answered the challenge. You haven't answered the challenge. You doing the same old shit. Hypocrite motherfucker. I swear, man. Hypocrites, bro. And this is what you're doing to people. Oh, man. Whew. Oh, let me go to the next shit, man. I mean, oh yeah. Over the week too, you had from that last bucket until now, they've and then I've announced in the last show too that they have released all the classified documents having to deal with the RFK assassination, the JFK assassination, as well as the MLK assassination. Okay, here's how you guys Psyche Soap sees this. Here's how I see this. JFK. When the Cubans were disappointed that the Bay of Pigs failed, they collaborated with the CIA. All right? And with the mob. All right? Somehow. And I don't get that too, because Cuban exiles and the mob, they liked how Cuba used to be. It was Vegas in the Caribbean, basically. And when Castro came to fuck that up, he's a commie too, let's not forget that. And also Justin Trudeau's daddy. Oh yeah, shots fired. And they failed in that Bay of Pigs thing. The whole Bay of Pigs thing, right, Nixon? And that's how I'm thinking, okay, Roger Stone is saying that LBJ had a hand in it. You may be right. Texas is his state. Texas didn't like him for doing that. And keep in mind, Texas is in the South. And in the 60s, there were Dixiecrats. Right? The original party of slavery. We're not dumb here. We at this show, we consider all the data, mine through the data, and bust them in the bladder. Make them piss themselves. But I'm going to get to that. Speaking of RFK, this has a lot to do with his dad, too. His dad wanted to go after the mob pretty bad, and that kind of pissed off Jimmy Hoffa right there. They pissed him off, and Jimmy got with his connections to try to stop Bobby from getting in that seat. Now, MLK, there was a racist ass cop, racist chief over in Memphis. He collaborated with Hoover's cross-dressing ass, and they all conspired to put caps off and to hit MLK in one cheek so that he wouldn't be able to turn the other one. Ain't that a bitch? But this one is on JFK, RFK's uncle. But that's another thing too. That gets honorable mention. And this is about the RFK confirmation. I'm going to get to that here in just a moment, real quick, before I get into this JFK story. From the back to the left. From the back to the left. Okay. Shot. Rand Paul eviscerated the government health committee. I've waited for that moment for a long time. He made the playing field fair. I predicted that happening. And you know what? I want that to happen. Because we can't fuck with Fauci, right? Right? We can't touch him, right? So let's go after the rest of you motherfuckers that worked his hand. Alright? Alright, let's get this. This is on JFK. And we'll see what's going on with that. I'll start it right here. Let's go.
So do you think from all of the documents you've been, everything you've been studying and everything do you think he was genuine about Cuba and Castro, you think that he wasn't working as an asset at that point? I mean, if he already was working as an asset, potentially coming back from Russia, if that was part of the deal, then why wouldn't he be forced to infiltrate these pro-Castro groups and pretend like, yeah, and I'm also for Cuba and Castro?
And also remember this too. Oswald not only had a file with the FBI because he, was thinking about defection, but, and remember this name too. Remember this name and look him up. And I would love for you to read the book named The Ghost by Jefferson Morley. All right. It's about a guy named James Jesus Angleton, or James Jesus Angleton, or whatever. All right. Came from a well-to-do family. James Angleton came from he was from the Old Boys network of the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. All right. He was representing Italy at that time. Operation Gladio and all of that shit. But get this. In counterintelligence, which is what he was in, which is what he was on about, he had a file on Oswald. Before the assassination. All right? And somehow in there are a lot of gaps in that evidence. All right? And this is what I was looking for, these declassified files that will be FOIA'd like a motherfucker if they haven't been already. They're going to get a Freedom of Information Act request top to bottom. We already know this. But that just might fill in the gaps as to what was going on with the CIA, because, in the operations part of it all, Helms had a hand in that too. Former director Richard Helms. All right. James Jesus Angleton, that guy as well. Cord Meyer, Richard Mayhew, Johnny Rosselli. These names starting to sound familiar to you? Sam Giancana. Right? Who's that other fucker from he's based in New Orleans or in Tampa. Santo Trafficante. Why is his name Santo Trafficante? Doesn't that mean holy trafficker? I don't know, man. But keep it going.
Yay, socialism, and still be used now to infiltrate into those groups. And I mean, but it sounds like what you're saying is you think that he was genuine. It just doesn't, I just don't know how one person could have been used multiple times like this, been able to afford going to these places. It just doesn't make sense.
What? Okay, two or three things. As far as the money is concerned, a couple of things, and this has to do with the continuity. Oswald was perennially cheap. Oswald did have jobs. Oswald collected unemployment. Oswald did have money, and he had money to spend on what he wanted to spend on, which was not necessarily his family. Okay, he managed to come up with the money for magazine subscriptions, for whatever.
But get this too. Oh, well, wait a minute. Get this too. He was also getting money from the government. Yes, the government. Knowing that, he went over to Russia, got a Russian wife, came back to the Americas, and all that shit. Because, believe it or not, as much of a Cuban sympathizer he was, a pro-Castro guy as he was, he was getting all sorts of money from the government. And yes, he did talk to KGB affiliates and shit like that. But the Warren Commission, the dullest commission, I'd like to say, took that and ran the ball with it. But keep it going. Let's go.
But and getting to Mexico City, even if it was by bus, not that I trust the full Warren Commission picture of how he got to Mexico City. I'm not going there, but does it require that much money? Because and we have evidence of him being there. But be that as it may, I think the real answer.
He was there. And also on top of that, when I was reading up on Angleton, they also had exiles, Cuban exiles over in Mexico City as well. You know, man, something was going on there. And then that fair play for Cuba thing he was doing, they even had videos of him passing out flyers. Kind of funny how they had gotten hold of that shit and started putting that out after the assassination. Hell, even before it. Ugh.
Answer to your question is the continuity in his character. The continuity of his character, this is something that he had been interested in for years and years and years. It wasn't new. When he was in the Marines, one of his best friends in the Marines named Delgado, he was already back in 59 talking about going to Cuba and participating in the Cuban Revolution. And he was, I need to learn Spanish. How about you and I get out of the Marines? And when we get out of the Marines, we go to Cuba and we can help carry this revolution forward. So it's not a new thing for Oswald. There's a lot of consistency in there.
But I could also see where, I mean, once you've experienced the Soviet Union, where you'd be like, okay, never mind. And then I could see where the CIA would say, well, you used to be really into this, so just keep pretending like you are, and then go and infiltrate, and we'll see if we can get you into Cuba, and we'll make it because this is something you've always been interested in. Yeah, maybe you don't like it anymore. Maybe you're like tried and true capitalist now, but but you can still pretend because it's in your history. I mean, that to me seems believable, and maybe why they chose him, in fact, is because he used to have these radical ideals, and then he was jaded in Russia, and they were like, yeah, but we can use this. Nobody else knows that you've been jaded totally, so we can use this. I mean, that makes sense to me too.
Well, and actually, the view would be they did choose to use him. That when he was actually operational within the CIA without his knowledge at 3 different levels before he went to Mexico City.
Operational in the CIA on 3 different levels, and they were able to use him. And yes, the Patsy comment. The Patsy comment, man. That's for real. That did come up when they arrested him. See, okay. CIA was into a lot of, how would you say this? Dark dealings. Poisonings, assassinations, and all of this shit. I read The Legacy of Ashes. And this was the CIA accepted history. The accepted history of the CIA and everything. And they kept shouting out in this book, incompetence. We're a bunch of fuck ups, incompetence. Kind of funny how you were able to overthrow 3 countries in a row. Some of which we didn't get the information to for decades, really. You knocked off Guatemala. You knocked off, you knocked off Africa. What was it, the Congo? Patrice Lumumba? Y'all knocked off, what is that, Honduras? Honduras? No, that wasn't later. That was later. That was later. Yeah, because I'm thinking about when Reagan got in. They were able to do all sorts of in the Eisenhower administration, mind you. And that's another thing. Eisenhower was warning us until he was blue in the face warning us until he was blue in the face of the military industrial complex when he, wittingly or unwittingly, that's arguable, was one of the creators of it. Come on, dude. He studied under Marshall. Yeah, George Marshall. Out of him came Bradley, Eisenhower, Patton, Clark, many others. A lot of the whole of the 5 stars, if you will. But back to this JFK shit. Back to Oswald. Oswald went to Russia. He was working on radios and shit, chilling, trying to raise a family. And, he was working. But a lot of the communist fairy tales he were told before he got there, before he wanted to defect there, they jaded him, as they were mentioning in this interview. He was jaded, all right? Did not like how, he ultimately came to the conclusion that Russian citizens lived as slaves too. Wait a minute, Timmy. Wait a minute, Timmy. Reagan was wary of the military-industrial complex. Ask Ollie North about something. Ask Augusto Pinochet about that. Reagan wasn't right either. But that's not what we're talking about. Back to this boy right here, Oswald. He was jaded living life with a family over in Russia. So he brought Marina and the kids on back over here to America. He was bouncing around here, bouncing around there. And mind you, no, keep it going. He was bouncing around in America and then finally settled on Dallas. Somehow, some way, okay, while he was in Russia, though, before he did come back to America, the KGB said that they got a hold of him. And they didn't think he had the makings of what it took to be a double agent. So he came back to America. He was jaded. He didn't like life in Russia. You know what I mean? He seen the Cuban situation was going on. And he didn't think it was fair. So he fucked with a bunch of operatives in Mexico City. Now, something tells me that the operatives in Mexico City, some operatives in Mexico City, he got with. And some of those operatives, at least one of them, assisted him in the fucking job, in the haircut, the JFK haircut and everything. On the back, and right? Because that's kind of fucked up on the Zapruder film. Poor Abraham Zapruder. They made his life a living hell. Watch his biography. It's a motherfucker too. What happened with Zapruder. But anyway, the first shot, missed, I believe, and then the second shot hit Kennedy. But then there was a third shot that sent him reeling to the back. Now, you know good and fucking well trajectory don't roll that way. And, don't just involve the Texas School Book Depository. There were other buildings in the area, Other buildings in the area. One to make sure this motherfucker did the job, and the other to make sure that he did the job of getting rid of the evidence, one of the shooters in it. This is why you're seeing the Jack Ruby thing. In fact, they could have just popped him in the fucking window if they wanted to. Right? Yeah. Alright, well, let me keep this going.
Okay.
Yeah.
One was for counterintelligence purposes. He doesn't have to know about that. 2 for
counterintelligence. That's Angleton's. That's Angleton shit right there. The ghost, Angleton. Read up on Angleton. Because in my wall of crazy, He's pretty important. And Attell Phillips, David Phillips, that's another motherfucking name you want to look at. Or how about this motherfucker here? Do these two names seem familiar? E. Howard Hunt, which there was a picture of him at that. Now, it's a guy that looks like him, or that it's a guy like him, that's arguable. And then there's Frank Sturgis, you know, Bill Harvey, there's another one. El Indio, and that's Morales, that's another one. And then, you know, somehow, you know, Johnny Rosselli got, you know, put into it. And that's the mob connection. That's the Santo Trafficante, the Sam Giancana thing. But you know what they did to Rosselli, right? Put his ass in a motherfucking oil drum. I don't know, man. This shit goes wilder than wild, but keep it going.
For propaganda, which he doesn't have to know about. He just needs to do what he's been doing. And one of the things, one of the reasons this makes sense to me, and it might not make sense to others, is I've looked at so many examples of how the agency did these things.
Boom! Hold on. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about, dog. The grassy knoll conspiracy. I'm talking to my comments for those that don't know. The grassy knoll thing. There's a spot in the grassy knoll. There's a spot in the school book depository. But there's another spot across from the grassy knoll. Or there's a spot in the building behind the school book depository on Elm Street, around Dealey Plaza, right? They had to put, okay, if you ask a special forces fella or an accomplished sniper, doesn't matter what branch of the military it is, they're all accomplished, and you know, much love to them, mad respect to them. Some of them do some dirty shit, but at the end of the day, they're to protect our country, right? All right, there you go. They're important in war, but and I heard this too over the week when I was doing show prep, and it was like this. They planted that, you know, if I'm gonna, okay, and this guy said, if I'm going to be a sniper, and I want to pull off a job, I'm gonna want two other people. Me, a patsy that we can blame it on. Does that sound familiar? And another one, a backup plan in case the hit doesn't make it. All right? 3 shots went out. You know? The commission was trying to get that magic bullet shit out. You know who was selling the magic bullet? Dulles! Oh, and let's not forget, Arlen Specter was also, you know, building his chops when he was on that team. You know, the congressman that became a fucking, you know, Democrat in his cancer days or whatever. But anyway, we'll keep it going. Shit.
I mean, the best asset for propaganda is somebody who's doing what they're doing and you leverage it. You know,
right.
Yes. Oswald was handing out guerrilla propaganda in Cuba. Filmed doing it, by the way. He was filmed doing it, by the way. Why the fuck would he be on film doing that? So he made some kind of an impact. And then the CIA looked like, there's a patsy we can use. And this is why you probably heard the word patsy when he got sent off, you know, when he got sent off into the afterlife. Just before he got sent off into the afterlife. There's another thing, too, about the Officer J.D. Tippit deal. I mean, damn, I should have did this motherfucking podcast 2 years ago. But anyway, the records are out, and that's what's going on. Okay, I'll play this and let them weigh in on this. My bad, guys.
You don't, it's deniable because it's real. And to
Right.
that extent, the best thing about Oswald is if you let him be
Absolutely.
real and find a way to use him, deniability is there. Nobody can ever track him to you. The other thing is we know from the documents that have been released that they were already had several operations in place to infiltrate Cuba through Mexico. They were working against the embassy in Mexico. They had already put Fair Play for Cuba committee members who are real assets inside Cuba.
Yep.
They were already doing this, and they doing it very gracefully, and it was working. The way Oswald handled himself in Mexico
as a part of Operation Mongoose. Keep it going.
Mexico City is not at all similar to what we know that they were doing. If we didn't have that as a benchmark, I wouldn't have reached this conclusion. But now we can see what they were doing.
So you think that he was, when he got back to the US, he still was this rabid pro-socialist, pro-Cuba, pro-Castro guy. And that when he was in those groups, when he had joined those groups that of like-minded people, some of the people were actually not like-minded people, but they were actually CIA. And they then used him without his knowledge and basically, and maybe then said to him things like, hey, we can get you to Mexico City. We can help you out. And it was the CIA doing it, him not realizing and him being like, oh, that's cool. Really? Okay, great. Yeah, let's get me to Mexico City. And then they tell him, and this is what you do when you get there. By the way, we've got others that have done this. And he thinks that they're comrades, but in fact, they're infiltrators. They're
Sorry about that. What I was saying when the audio was fucking silenced because I was being an audio cell. Is that, Oswald was a brokey. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have no motherfucking money of any type. You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden he had gotten funding to go to Mexico City. He got his funding from the Central Intelligence Agency. And you know what? There's no records about that. Y'all probably shredded that shit, yo. Bustamante, don't come to my site giving me all kinds of shit. You truthers, the shit, JFK truthers, don't come on over here giving me that shit. This is what I'm getting out of that, Oh, another one you want to read is Devil's Chessboard. And this was about Alan Dulles. Because Alan got butt hurt that he got fired, Because one of y'all motherfuckers, one of the CIA motherfuckers heard that that JFK was going to shatter that agency into 1,000 pieces. And when that shit happened, they came back to shatter JFK's head into 1,000 pieces, right? Okay, right.
they're setting him up. That's what you think what happened.
That's well said. That's absolutely it. And they even show him, they take him to the airport that week of the assassination, and they have him watch from a car, them rent a plane to fly him out of Dallas. Okay. And he thinks it's set up for that day. What they tell, but because this incident is actually reported, it's documented. It was reported to the FBI, and we've chased this down a long time. But what he thinks is going to happen is not going to happen. He's never going to get on that plane, quite frankly. He is going to be dead before he gets on the plane, probably with information planted with him to, again, implicate the Castro regime in the assassination. So yes, there's a conspiracy. There's something going on. That's why Oswald that weekend, one of the most inconsistent things of his behavior that day, he does things that support what you just said. Like, okay, I think I know what's going on, but he doesn't. But that weekend, he's telling his wife and his brother and his family, I didn't do anything. This, don't believe what they're saying. This is, there's nothing to worry about. He tells his wife he's concerned that she's going to buy shoes for the baby. This is not a guy who really thinks he's got a problem, really. And he does until he gets shot dead, and there is no court appearance.
Okay, so let's just back up for a second. So in September of 63, he's in Mexico City. How long was he in Mexico City trying to petition the Cuba? So what exactly was he trying to get to Cuba, or was he trying to get to the?
And by the way, James Angleton had files of this particular thing. Keep going. September 63.
Soviet Union. I guess I'm a little confused on that.
He was there for 3 days. The first place he appears is at the Cuban consulate, embassy and consulate. And he tells them he wants a tourist visa because he wants to be in Cuba while his arrangements are made to take his family back to Russia. But
okay, so he thinks in his mind that if he gets to Cuba, it'll be easier for the Soviets to let him in. Like, he thinks that the government will be more amenable if he's sitting in Cuba, which is a friendly nation to the Soviets. So he's like, if I get to your ally, then maybe you'll let me in. That's what he's thinking in his mind.
And if he makes it to Russia, in all honesty, he has an off and on relationship with his family. He has already told his wife, they've had an agreement, and Marita testified to this back in New Orleans. He told her that was his goal, was to go to Cuba, even if he had to hijack a plane to go to Cuba. And she said he was an idiot. Okay. And she would have no part. She would have no.
That part definitely is true.
Part in it. But if he could get to Cuba and, have them come to Cuba to be with him, she would come to Cuba to be with him. So he may have thought that. Or quite frankly, he may have thought they go back to Russia. I'm in Cuba. I'm where I want to be. We're good. I can't read it, but it could be either one of those.
So he might have been thinking, well, I'll go live in Cuba.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he wouldn't just arrive in Cuba like he did in Russia. He would be a figure of importance when he gets to Cuba this way. He is somebody, not just a tour. If he arrives in an airplane from the U.S., he's somebody for Cuban propaganda purposes, unlike his experience in Russia.
How did he think he was going to get an airplane?
I'm sorry, I translated forward to November 22nd.
Okay.
I realized just what I said there, yes. But no, otherwise it would have been, he just arrives and he joins the Cuban Revolution. I will point out that we trace the fact in the book that in that period between New Orleans and Mexico City, he is, for example, reported as having visited a Cuban gun runner, an American who was a close personal friend of Castro, with a Cuban, okay? And they go to this Cuban gun dealer to buy a lot of weapons for a revolution in Central America. So our position is, on his way, he's already been set up by these anti-Castro Cubans who are pretending to be real Cuban revolutionaries. He thinks he's going to be something when all is said and done.
So you're thinking these CIA assets really were setting him up. I mean, they were, because this is also fantastical. I mean, it's like, how does a guy go and live in Russia and then he's able to come back? The State Department gives him some money. And then he's got suddenly some money to go to Mexico City, where he petitions the Cubans and the Soviets to try to go live in Cuba or back in the Soviet Union. And then he gets connected with a gun runner, a Cuban gun runner who's close friends with Castro. Like, what are the chances of any of the, like, this is just like this.
Cuban gun runner. Something's telling me that El Indio or Mr. Morales was a part of that shit. Was a part of this part. All right. And Morales was getting them was getting weapons from intelligence elements like Bill Harvey and Frank Sturgis and Howard Hunt, Howard Hunt and shit like that.
It's not
This is
cheap.
it's nonsense, right? I
It's
mean, it
not
seems
cheap.
like how and why wouldn't that then pique his mind and be like, wait a minute, this isn't normal. Like normal people don't have these experiences.
Well, I think a real answer to that, Kim, is, and this is what the Warren Commission, Oswald was not your average person. He's intellectual or quasi-intellectual. He's bright.
Oh
He's
yeah.
adventurous.
Oh yeah.
He's not, by the time we're talking about here, the fall of 1963.
Oh, and get this too. When he was in the Marines, somewhere in his military career, up until the point to where he gotten put out, he met a very young prodigy, and named Barry Seal. And Barry Seal, that name familiar to you? Cause that guy was flying in all sorts of some product for old Slick Willie and them over in Arkansas. But keep going.
I grew up in the same time period as Oswald. This is a kid who's adventurous enough and bright enough and motivated enough to have been in the Marines, in Russia, Russian wife back in the U.S., demonstrating he's a unique personality. And I guess not totally unique, but he's not your average person. And I will have to say, when you get to the fall of 1963, he's in a position where he's suitable to be framed. I mean, if you're going to pick someone to frame to link to Fidel Castro in a conspiracy to kill the American president, it's not your average off the street guy. You've got to have someone with this kind of background to even be credible to frame them.
Okay, so you're saying the same CIA assets who were pretending to be pro-Cuba, pro-Castro. You're saying it's the same group that got him to Mexico City, that probably got him to Mexico City and maybe paid for it. And it's that same group that connected him with this gun runner, this Castro gun runner. And it's the same group then that set him up with the assassination of JFK. And it's just this one group of Cubans, and they were Cuban Americans. They were Cubans. Is that what you're saying?
The way the names that we surfaced and that we bring up, this is a group of people, some CIA operational people out of Miami Station who have been working with these same guys to try to kill Fidel.
CIA Miami Station. Oh man, that got my mind ticking. That's where Harvey is. That's where Bill Harvey is. That's where Bill Harvey is. And now I could say maybe Cord Meyer would be. And get this, Cord Meyer, his wife had a fucking affair with JFK. Is that where we're going with it? Is that what we're doing with that? I mean, I'm like, ooh. Tell it on the mountain. Cord Meyer, Bill Harvey, especially Bill Harvey. Bill Harvey is from the Miami Station. But then again, Cord Meyer, and now what we all need to read into, and this may sound like Hollywood gossip and that bitch shit, guilt by association shit. This is what a lot of this shit sounds like. So take a great deal of what I'm saying here in this segment with a grain of salt. But Cord Meyer, he was a young CIA agent, and he was, connected to the good old boys and Angleton and all of that. But you know what's fucked up? Cord Meyer's wife was the town bicycle. She smashed, she smashed JFK. I think she smashed a couple of other CIA agents behind Meyer's back. Right? Maybe, just maybe, some of these roads might lead to Cord Meyer. Maybe I need to do a little more research in this before I even take it to the Hollywood gossip part of things. What the fuck? All right, here's the end of it.
Castro for 3 years. I mean, they are firm, committed anti-Castro. They've been risking their lives for 3 years to kill Fidel Castro and change the Cuban regime and go home. Okay.
Yeah. So,
And
but these
suddenly,
are, but they were pretending to be pro-Castro, but they were trying to kill
correct.
him.
Correct.
Okay. And these are Cubans.
That was easy. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's connected with these Cubans. So why would they kill JFK? I mean, and so with, I mean, I understand them wanting to kill Castro. That makes sense to me. They've got this guy, Oswald. They're thinking they can, I mean, do you think that, so this is where it gets, I mean, why didn't any of, if these people knew that they were, that they were setting this guy up, wouldn't I mean, are they all dead now? Did they all get killed too? I mean, why wouldn't they have said something later on like, hey, yeah, we were part of the conspiracy, or, you know what I mean? Like somebody would have talked, right? I know that's the name of your book.
Darn.
Is that?
Oh, yeah. And they did. Actually, it's just one of the things is they did talk to, in some cases, spouses, lawyers, close friends. I mean, we do have a record from that side of the track. And I have talked secondhand. They were happy about what they had done. They considered this a patriotic act. They considered, even the CIA officers involved, considered JFK to be a traitor.
And it was people like Helms, Angleton, Dulles, Phillips, Harvey, Sturgis, Hunt, Meyer. Meyer? Hello? Somebody was smashing Cold Meyer's wife. All right, keep it going.
Okay.
This is a nasty conspiracy. And as to your question of why, which I wouldn't have written this Oswald book if I hadn't written Tipping Point first. Tipping Point was the answer to your question. How could this happen? What triggered it? And what triggered it was that these people were told that JFK was beginning negotiations with Castro that would leave Cuba neutral, get Russia out, Cuba would be neutral, and the Castro regime would be there forever. And they were essentially told, he has betrayed you again. He betrayed you at the Bay of Pigs. He betrayed you during the Cuban Missile Crisis. You've been led to believe that he really wanted to do away with Castro. You've been trying to kill the guy for 3 years now. And now he is sending people to negotiate a deal with Castro. That's
Interesting.
It. And
so you think it was all because
now it's shit like that that makes me think that Nixon was at the very tippy top of all of this going on. Because, look, in 1960, this was one of the closest elections in United States history. Howard Hughes funded Nixon. All right? Hughes didn't like him either. But that motherfucker was going crazy. Watch The Aviator with Leonardo DiCaprio that's playing him. But anyway, back to this shit. At the top, I'm gonna think it's Nixon. You know, Roger Smith thinks it's LBJ. And, you know, it can be both. It can be both of them. They all wanted to be president. They both wanted to be president so bad. You know? Think about it. But back to Nixon. Nixon could be butthurt. Because he lost such a close election with this man. And that Bay of Pigs thing was planned by him. Nixon planted the whole Bay of Pigs thing. Does that sound familiar, Watergate? E. Howard Hunt, Frank Sturgis, the plumbers. These guys were associated with CIA elements in Mexico City as well. Nixon could be doing this shit too, Roger. He isn't, you know, yeah, it's plausible that LBJ could be doing it, but I'm thinking Nixon could be doing it too. But you know what? That doesn't take away from the fact that both of them could be doing it because both of them wanted to be president. Y'all seen the underhanded tactics that LBJ would use to become president, or the underhanded no, not to become president, but the underhanded tactics that LBJ used to move up the ladders in Congress, and y'all seen the underhanded not taxes, but underhanded tactics that Nixon used to get to where he gotten. You know, keep in mind this was Joe McCarthy's anti-commie tag team brother, right? Right? Exactly. You know, it could be true that LBJ and Nixon could be doing this. Now I'm talking about the tippy top. I'm talking about the top of it. You know, because Nixon did plan that Bay of Pigs shit with Dulles, with Helms operations, Angleton. When his ass got up out of Italy and started focusing more on Cuba, New Mexico. Look at that JM Wave station. That's Harvey. Cord Meyer. You know, David Phillips. Get a second look at that information again. One more again. But at the bottom, who I could think could be shooters, Morales, El Indio, Hunt is another one. Sturgis could be one. Yeah, this sounds like Watergate, don't it? Harvey, you know. They called him O.J. Wynn. Ruby, you know, linked over to the mob connections. Santo Trafficante. Sam Giancana. Yeah, shit like this. Yeah, that shit, you know. Come on now. No, it can be true that LBJ and Nixon planned this shit. Both of them. But I could see why Nixon would be the lead ringleader of this. You know, making LBJ seem like the weak president and shit against communism, so that Nixon can move in '68 and take it over. You know, making LBJ, excuse me, submit and not want to go for another term as a president, because he took part of Kennedy's term and then got one on his own in '64. Make sense? I don't know, man. I guess I got a lot of I got a whole wall of crazy about this shit going on, but we'll keep the last of this going and then get into our to the other confirmations of the Senate.
Of Cuba.
Yeah.
It was Cuba. Huh.
And that's, the documents have clearly shown that these people were told this story, as a matter of fact, and essentially told, the negotiations with Castro were to begin in November 1963. And they were told that if they don't do it now, you're not going home. Again, I didn't say it was pretty, but that's, I think, what it was.
Thanks for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson show.
There we go. So, yeah. Oh, and another thing, too. Assault Brigade 2509. You want to read about them as well. This is told from the Cuban exiles part of all of this. The Cuban exile part of the story. But, you know, I'm going to leave that alone. Before well, I don't know. Will I be turned up on some watch list or something? Is Soap going to end up in some watch list and they have to sound out the... Maybe not. Maybe not. Because guess who's going to be leading She's going to be the director. She is going to be the director of national intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Soap, I'm going to have to control myself. This surfer girl is fine. Like, oh my gosh. I mean, ugh. We like the same age and everything. You know what I'm saying? I might have to take you from your husband, girl. You know, yeah, Soap gonna be to get you. Soap gonna be to get you. Yeah. You shut, Peanut Gallery. You shut. You shut. You know I'm MGTOW, but I'm a man. I got male equipment down here. I'm attracted to women. You shut. You shut. You shut. Kim Iverson ain't too bad either, but look at my pause game on this. She's like, oh, God, shut up.
Before I close, I want to warn the American people who
God damn, she fine. Okay.
are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country. Those who oppose my nomination.
Motherfuck Flanders, man. He ain't here. He ain't in my show. He ain't bad. He ain't nothing. He ain't nothing. You shut. Nah, for real, Flanders. Yeah, man. Hey, you're more than welcome here anytime, bruh. I've had the fucking show. Yeah, I've had the panel right here the whole fucking time. I guess I don't know. I mean, yeah, I seen the press secretary too, dog. Things that make you go, ooh. Soap, quit simping. Soapy, no simping. Soapy, no simping. Oh, man. Come on, let me get the surfer girl, man. Come on now. Can I get this? Can I get this? She married, so I don't give a fuck. I don't give the fuck what you think, bitch. Yeah. And after my show, no one will be left alive. Okay.
Imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience.
And me, and Soap. You loyal to Soap too, baby. I already know, girl, yeah.
And the Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi.
You can let me be the puppet and shove your hands all in the thing and make you talk all the sexy shit to the Soap. Yeah, girl. Yeah. You come here, Tulsi. You give Soap some sugar. You just.
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
All right. We going our own way. None of this simp shit. Stop all the simpy shit. You stop that. You stop. Don't be stupid. You a man. Soap. You're a man. Now you're a man. The man. You damn right. Hard dick got no conscience. That is not how you spell it, but I know what you said. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, go.
Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump.
I'm gonna be your puppet master, baby. Yeah, you give me some sugar, woman. You get.
And failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what
you gonna elect me to the bedroom to be your agent of change, baby? Yeah.
truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet.
Excellent. Calling them out for all of their bullshit. They've been calling her an asset or a puppet for so long with absolutely no evidence. This is somebody who's deployed 3 times.
Yeah, for real. Deployed 3 times, but yet she was on the intelligence watch list. And now she's gonna be running that department. Don't you feel good about yourself? For real, government? Come on, dude. You stupid! You're stupid! And I'm about to go stupid, girl. Yeah, I mean I'm having some oh shit. Yeah, Kim Iverson and Tulsi in my bedroom. You belong here. You don't belong in those rooms, ladies. You come to Soap House, and Soap will give you the sugar. I'm gonna give you the sugar, woman. You give me the sugar. Yes. Ooh, I'm gonna get you.
Times to come.
Now, both of you could get it the hard way, or you could get it the easy way. The choice is yours.
Back. She is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves. She served as a congresswoman. She's got a long list of many patriotic attributes. I don't agree with Tulsi on everything. I've definitely had my differences. After being a big supporter of Tulsi's, I think she might be the only politician I've ever donated to, the only political campaign I've ever donated to.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something? And you know what else is fucked up? You gave us an Obama cutout in the form of a female when your best candidate was right here. Was right here. She'd have been the most likely to beat Trump. It wouldn't have been a landslide. It probably would have been really a close thing. But then again, after that Biden shit, hell, shit, even back further, after that Bush Gore shit, bro, I'm never gonna believe the popular or the electoral vote. Fuck that. Keep it going. But you know what? Speaking of fuck that. Hey girl. Hey girls. My name's Soap. I like you both. I want you both. Now, one of y'all gonna get it the hard way, and one of y'all gonna get it the easy way. The choice is yours. I'm gonna have that booty, girl. I'm gonna have that booty. Oh, Soap, you're in there sucking these, you nasty motherfucker. Shut! You shut! Yeah!
But after being a big supporter of hers, definitely stopped my support of Tulsi for a variety of reasons, mostly for the rabid anti, like kind of like the, I guess, anti-Islam, right? The Islamophobia, I suppose, is what I would just supportive of drones and war as long as it's not regime change. I mean, she's kind of got this nuanced view of which war she's okay with and which one she's not okay with. Her flip-flopping on Israel, you know, there's a lot of things that I have a lot of criticisms on Tulsi about, but today she killed it. She just killed it. This is where in her opening statement, she talked about all of...
That's what you're gonna both say when I get in the bedroom with both of you. Yeah. Come here, girl. Give me some sugar there, Kim. And you too, Tulsi. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna be the big get you. I'm gonna be the biggest get you in the history of get you. Yeah, woo! Yeah, woo!
The intelligence failures and abuses.
At a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you."
And I got 6 ways from Sunday from getting into you, girl. Yeah. Woo, you come here, girl. You just... Yeah, I'm gonna get you, girl. I'm gonna get you. So gonna be the big get you. Yeah, you come here. Just give me some sugar, Tulsi. Come here, girl. What's Tulsi spelled backwards?
For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution.
Damn it, damn it! You stop. You stop. You stop. You know she fine. You a man. I'm a man. I want that. I'm gonna get that. I'm acting like that damn chicken hawk. I don't want me a smart chicken. I want her. Yeah. I'm gonna get you, girl. I'm gonna be the big get you.
Most obvious example of one of these failures is our invasion of Iraq based upon its
I'm thirsty soap. Whatever I do what I want, you shut. Oh, you shut. I'm gonna get what I want. What the fuck?
total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence.
I'm gonna get you.
This disastrous decision led to the deaths of tens of thousands of American soldiers, millions of people in the Middle East, mass migration, destabilization, and undermining of the security and stability of our European allies, the rise of ISIS, strengthening of Al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once but twice, and yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portray him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence. Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation, specifically to help.
After my show, y'all gonna want to dismiss my laptop too, because yeah, I'm gonna have all sorts of AI shit about this woman. That's gonna be what my waifu's based on. No, I'm kidding. Fuck that. Pantsuits? Are you serious? I don't fuck with the pantsuits, man. They're all pantsusans, and you know what I said about pantsusans a while back, damn it. Yeah. Oh hell no. Nah. But damn it, ooh, this surfer girl, I want to get you up out that white. I'm gonna get you, girl. I'm gonna be to get you.
Biden win the election. Former DNI James Clapper lied to this committee in 2013, denying the existence of programs that facilitated the mass collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records, yet was never held accountable. Under John Brennan's leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight, lied about doing it until he was caught, and yet has never been held responsible. Under Biden, the FBI abused its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote-unquote radical traditionalist Catholics. Personally, just 24 hours after I criticized Kamala Harris and her nomination, I was placed on a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. Sadly, there are more examples. The bottom line is this must end. President Trump's re-election is a clear mandate from the American people to break this cycle of failure, end the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community, and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation.
Yeah, a lot of failures there in the intelligence community. So let's get to the criticisms that these unhinged Democrats lobbed at her. This one comes.
Now, before you do that, keep in mind, fellas, this one is going to be running the CIA, the DIA, the NSA, the IC, the intelligence community. And she was on their watch list. Right? Right? And you know what? I'll tell you what. On the front lines with the people like the Night Stalkers and Delta Force and DevGru, I mean, those that are, really putting it down out there, putting in work as veterans and doing the really tough frontline missions, I don't think ladies should be doing that. But when it comes to intelligence, they're better at that. They're better at intelligence, even though they're not intelligent. I'm sorry, bro. They just no. But to work in that agency, they're best suited for it because I'm gonna give you some of this here MGTOW funk for real. I mean, yes, they know how to use that GIC and turn it into the MIC. the military-industrial complex. All right. Keep going.
Comes from Senator Moran, Republican from Kansas, asking her about making sure that in her heart, Russia's not going to get it, basically accusing her of being some sort of a loyalist to Russia. And she's offended by that question, as she should be.
I want to make certain that in no way does Russia get a pass in either your mind or your heart, or in any policy recommendation you would make or not make.
Senator, I'm offended by the question because my sole focus, commitment, and responsibility is about our own nation, our own security, and the interests of the American people.
You see how she, did that gynocentric industrial complex flip and said that she was offended by it? You Democrats fucked up by losing her. That should have been your that should have been your candidate. That should have been your candidate. What the fuck? Anyway, what the...
In carrying out the responsibilities of the Director of National Intelligence, if confirmed, no country, group, or individual will get a pass in my fulfilling that responsibility of providing that full intelligence picture so that you all can make the best informed policy decisions for the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. You have my commitment to be completely objective, unbiased, and apolitical, and I hope you understand my commitment to our country's interest.
So 3 of the senators decided to go after her about Edward Snowden. We've got 2 of them here for you, but there was a 3rd. So they just kept asking about Edward Snowden over and over. And Edward Snowden knew in advance that she was going to be grilled about him. He tweeted this out. He said, advice for Tulsi. Tulsi Gabbard will be required to disown all prior support for whistleblowers as a condition of confirmation today. I encourage her to do so. Tell them I harmed national security and the sweet, soft feelings of staff in D.C. That's what passes for the Pledge of Allegiance. So he tells her, go ahead, disavow. But she doesn't. They try to get her. Here is Senator Warner, a Democrat from Virginia, asking her about Edward Snowden.
Simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Yeah. Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him.
Keep in mind, we're in a pendulum shift where the Democrats hated what Snowden did. See, when Snowden first released it, they were cool with it because it exposed Bush and Bushish bullshit. But when those cables about Hillary and all of that came out, and what the NSA was about to do or is doing right now to our devices, she doesn't like that. She was a part of the crowd that didn't like that. That's the fucked up thing about these Democrats. This was your candidate. You snubbed her, you're going to pay for it. Or hell, you might get help. I don't know. Keep going.
To come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes. Brave. Please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
back those words.
Once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He also released information
we agree that Edward Snowden
that exposed the United States government's illegal
your
programs.
Legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please.
I'm making myself very clear. Edward
Ma'am.
Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United
All right,
States
ma'am, I've
government's
got other issues to
illegal
raise.
activities.
Ma'am,
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets. And I have 4 immediate steps
ask for
that I would
additional
take to
Chairman.
prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am.
You know what? I think he was the patsy. Timmy, I think he is the patsy. It seems like he's throwing hardball questions, but they're really snowball questions. You know? Because she is giving them the line, the very line that fucking side of the aisle has been feeding to us for the past 12, 15 years. Look at it. This no get some ass motherfucker. And you know what? Okay, being MGTOW and all, I don't think that you getting any pussy, defines who you are as a man. But this motherfucker is an incel and still has a wife. A lot of y'all bitch asses got me fucked up for him.
I would simply ask you again. I don't think you're going to answer. I agree with Tom Cotton. He's a traitor. You, for years, until you got chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot imagine a director of national intelligence that would say that kind of behavior is okay.
Keep in mind, that man represents Virginia. Where is CIA again? Falls Church, Langley, Virginia. This guy may be handling intelligence. And you know what? You are probably, I think you two are probably in on it. You're giving me nothing. You're giving me bullshit. Both him and Gabbard. The fuck?
How would we maintain the trust of the IC and the contractors who work for it? How would we maintain the trust of our Five Eye partners? I find it very troubling.
Yeah, how do we maintain the trust of our Five Eyes partners when they find out through Edward Snowden that we've been spying on them? Yeah. Yeah, it's Edward Snowden's fault.
What the fuck?
That you were spying on them, right? Do you notice how he interrupts her the minute she starts talking about what Edward Snowden exposed? The minute she says, yeah, maybe he broke the law, but he was exposing the U.S. government breaking the law. And the minute she goes into the exposures, he starts cutting it off. Doesn't want to hear.
Hell yeah.
Doesn't want to hear that the real traitor in the room was the U.S. government at that point. It wasn't Edward Snowden. It was the U.S. government. They were the traitors. They were the traitors to the American people, to the Five Eyes partners. They were the traitors. But no, we've got to label Edward Snowden. Quite frankly.
And that intelligence agency has been doing traitorous shit even before it became the CIA. Reinhard Gehlen? Does that name sound familiar? Alan Dulles, does that name sound familiar? Kim Philby. I know some of you, some of y'all may be listening to me on one of the Five Eyes. Does that sound familiar? Because Kim Philby and Angleton were friends at one part. But when it, came out that Philby, exposed some bullshit or whatever to KGB, Angleton was so crushed. He was so heartbroken. Yet he had the files to what was going on with Oswald in Mexico City. Motherfucker. Even he said it. Even he knew it. When he was sitting in a room with Dulles and all of the other old boys, all of the other OSS old boys, he thought he was sitting in a room full of fellas that were about to go to hell. Right or wrong. fuck out of here. Keep going.
The law. Look, I mean, I would say Edward Snowden broke the law, but it shouldn't have been a law for him to break because it shouldn't be illegal to expose crime.
Yep.
That should be absolutely protected. But, you know, they want to say he was a traitor, that he, they want to try to make it sound like he sold the secrets to Russia when he didn't even want to go to Russia. He wanted to go somewhere else. I mean, he wanted
Tried to make him sound like Alger Hiss.
to come back to the United States. He didn't run off to Russia and give them all the files. He was forced into Russia. He was trying to seek asylum, I believe, in Brazil is where he was headed for, and then ended up having to stay in Russia. But, you know, it's just, so here's Senator Michael Bennet. It gets worse, actually. Senator Michael Bennet gets completely unhinged and actually just starts screaming at Tulsi over Edward Snowden.
Do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed
This
as
is when the
Director of
rubber hits
National
the road.
Intelligence,
This is
I
when-
will
this is
work
not-
with you to make sure that there is not
a
another
moment for
Snowden-like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation. As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about the people that serve the intelligence agencies of the United States.
But it's not about them either. It's about the people they call themselves protecting. Shut the fuck up, Bennett. You rubber stamped a degree of mine right here. Now, I can't show it, but your bitch ass did that. And I can't get a job in STEM field at all? You India-born motherfucker. See, by the way, guys, he was not born in India, by the way. I mean, excuse me, he was not born in America. He was born in India, by the way. I wonder why.
Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
No. That question should be posed to you. Are you a traitor to the United States of America? Because you sure as fuck weren't born here, but you represent Colorado. Hello.
Senator, as someone who has
Your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security is.
You don't. Apparently you don't.
Oh, gosh. Unhinged. I mean, he's asking her questions. Answer my question. And then he just starts screaming at her. The best moment, I would say, of Tulsi's hearing was when Mark Kelly started asking her about, support for Assad. You know, he goes into this whole, like, Assad stuff. And she gives a lesson. She gives a history lesson that I think many Americans who were watching this confirmation hearing had never heard before. And it's something that should be absolutely common knowledge to everybody, because mainstream media, quite frankly, should have been reporting on this. But of course they were not. When al-Qaeda took over Syria just recently after Bashar al-Assad was ousted, they framed them as rebels, or
They kept it cool, but, you know, the ones that overthrew Assad or former Al-Qaeda, former ISIL. Does that sound familiar, intelligence community? Does that sound familiar, stupid fuck?
or the resistance, or, you know, they painted them in every other flowery language other than, hey guys, remember that group that attacked us on 9/11? Well, they're now in charge of Syria. We helped them and now they're our friends. Imagine that. 20 years later, after they hit us with some airplanes, they get a whole country and we help them.
Yeah, ain't that something? Ain't that something? Kind of funny how when we do mention that, or how I get on that, knowing what I'm thinking about it, my watcher audience gets big all of a sudden. What the fuck? Watch that shit go back to about like 5 more when I start telling the truth. Check this shit out.
Them get a whole country. And so here she is giving that education lesson.
Senator Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, when Russia was denying us use of chemical weapons, they accused the U.S. of supporting terrorists. This is a line that Putin used frequently during the Syrian civil war as he supported Assad. Syrian officials made similar comments. They did it repeatedly. They did it in public. They did it at the United Nations. In 2016,
what the fuck is this egghead from Batman? Who the fuck is this?
You gave an interview in which you said, and this is a quote, "The U.S. is providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow the Syrian government." And in 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, "This current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, our president is supporting al-Qaeda." So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, and being willing to, through this.
Y'all remember that red line? Y'all remember that red line? You got what red line? You crossed that red line. I'm gonna get you, Bashar. Fuck out of here, man.
CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public of working with and arming and equipping al-Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime, starting yet another regime change war in the Middle East. DoD Train and Equip program, again, begun under President Obama, is widely been known, looked at, and studied, that ultimately resulted in over $500 million being used to train who they called moderate rebels, but were actually fighters working with and aligned with al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria.
That's Al-Qaeda. That's Al-Qaeda. Oh no, but they're not terrorists. They're our terrorists. Just like in fucking Ukraine. Azov Battalion, no, that's our Nazis.
All to move forward with their regime change and not
man.
acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like al-Qaeda taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad regime, but today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
And
not in our interests.
I appreciate your answer and thank you.
Look no further than who the fuck was running the State Department? Who was running the Defense Department? Who was running National Intelligence? Look at all those directors and secretaries. That's you, baby. Smell that. That's you. That's your funk. And, you know what? Fuck these people. I'm going to get into some good old-fashioned old MGTOW Red Bill funk. Baby! I'm like so. Y'all called me thirsty so. What the fuck? Yeah, I kind of was though. But yeah, that one got me a little wound up. Oh my gosh, and not in the way y'all think. Not in the way y'all think. It's hypocrites talking to hypocrites about doing hypocrite things. All right? And make no mistake, just because you voted for Trump doesn't necessarily mean you voted your way out of the Ukraine war, let alone the Syrian, the Gaza Strip, and war against Iran for all that matter. You know, you would think that out of this would come better diplomacy from it. And you know what? Like a lot of y'all, I hope it does. Cautious optimism, bro. Cautious optimism. And speaking of war, man, are the incels gonna spark a civil war? Are the incel gonna spark the civil war? Now, you know, I haven't listened to this guy in a while. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he was alright. He was alright back in the day. You know, when I was just getting into into a lot of MGTOW content, this, that, and the third. But you know, Black Pigeon speaks. You know, he has his moments. He has his moments. In a kind of a way, he reminds me of Coach Red Pill, but you know, he's I guess he's more on point about the numbers, but how he reacts to the numbers is a little different from how I would see it. All right, don't go yet. Don't go yet. You stay on nowhere yet. Hey, you stay with the soap. No, don't you go nowhere. You shut. You shut. You shut. I do what I want. I do what I want. Do. Yeah, I know. But there's this one bullshit going around about that guy that got at those little girls for watching Taylor Swift. Now don't get me twisted. Taylor Swift is fucked up, right? But damn, you didn't have to go up in the damn dance studio or wherever the fuck that was and get rid of him. That ain't cool. What the fuck? And then, you know, how the mental gymnastics that UK officials are going through just to, you know, to compartmentalize this man from what it really is about, because they don't want to seem right wing about it, it's fake as fuck. I hope you see through it like I do. Check it. Oh yeah, and then you know, check out BBS. He's cool too.
A couple of days ago, the flailing Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Keir Starmer, well, he's claimed that his long terror-plagued island now has a new spectre, and it has arisen to stalk the streets of the country and is made up of violent loners, misfits, and young men in their bedrooms. He claims that incels, or the involuntary celibates, are typically men who express hostility and extreme resentment toward those who are sexually active, particularly women, and that they are a danger to the country. While Sir Keir, as all people should, condemns any expression of violence, what he does not explain is that while there are many, many reasons.
You see that shit, fellas? Almost 1,000 references to misogyny and violent action are recorded each day on dedicated incel forums. Bitch, you wish my brothers were hate groups. Now, no, there are black-pilled incels for real, for real. Don't get me fucked up for that. And why I'm pissed off at some of you incels is because a lot of you motherfuckers get me mistaken for you. I'm not you. I'm for brothers getting their, you know, getting their bearing back, going their own way, building for themselves, and not trying to be the supreme gentleman. See, that's the Elliot Rodgers shit. We're not that. Oh, no. Practitioners of the philosophy are not that. Not at all. No way there. Hashtag disavow. Woo. Yeah, okay, keep going.
For the newly formed incel culture, One of the most obvious is the simple fact that across the Western world, there are now nations with many, many, many more young men than women, and that this is the result and has been created out of the policies enacted by governments from Ottawa to Berlin. And policy has consequences, just as migration has always been part of the human experience. Many historians claim that the mismanagement of a migrant crisis 1700 years ago helped lead to the downfall of the Roman Empire. And it is the mass migration of people that are currently on the move and with the West as their final destination that will become the defining issue of our time. While there are many things to consider, one aspect of the current migration stands out from other mass movements of people.
Did you see that shit? Did you see that shit? Did you see the frightened ones? Did you see the frightened guns? Nah, that made no sense. But anyway, look at this shit. Look at this shit. If I was on True Sherm's show, there would be "It's Raining Man." I'd be playing that shit right there. Right there on this shit right here. Okay. Keep going. What the fuck?
Of the current migration stands out from other mass movements of people in recent times, and that is it's primarily made up of young men. And
it's raining men. Oh shit, this is stupid.
These young men, coming from places like Africa and the Middle East, for example, are arriving in such lopsided numbers as to skew the gender balance of some countries in Europe and now even in Canada, to a point where, according to sociologists, massive destabilization could be the end result.
Y'all check out the homie True Sherm, you know what I'm saying? One of the three amigos in this motherfucker. Alright, keep going.
Now, while on the topic of men and masculinity, it does go without saying that most of the mainstream media, government, and other organs of the state seem to have an extreme dislike for anything, well, manly. Many of you might remember, as I do, the controversies that were lit by Joe Rogan, who's a healthy guy, during the pandemic, as he made numerous disputed claims about the virus, vaccines, and lockdowns, many of which obviously turned out to be true.
Exactly. And that's why RFK Jr. is going to be confirmed. He better be confirmed, but you know what? What's so fucked up is that, the differences between RFK Jr. and Bernie Sanders aren't that many. The differences between Mark Warner and Tulsi Gabbard aren't really that many. The reason why they don't like them is because they sided with motherfucking Trump. Yeah, you know that shit.
It was also during this time that he mentioned something that helps us mere mortals stay healthy, and that is NMN. Now, rather than me trying to explain it, I'm going to let Dr. Andrew Huberman, a tenured neuroscientist from Stanford, who was recently on the Joe Rogan Experience, explain what NMN is and how Big Pharma is trying to take it away by patenting it as a prescription drug due to its incredible effectiveness.
We were talking, I think last time we spoke about supplementation as it relates to, metabolic pathways. And one thing I've been tracking pretty closely is this whole, the NMN thing has now taken a different
I was going to bring that up before we wrap this up.
Yeah.
So let's explain NMN for people. It's a precursor for NAD+.
Right. NAD is critical to energy production in all cells, vital. And levels of NAD tend to go down as we age.
What in the Adderall is going on here? Andrew Huberman. Oh, man. Okay. Keep going.
It's an absolute requirement for cellular health in life. You need it. Some years ago, as David Sinclair came on this podcast and discussed that his laboratory is a tenured professor of genetics, Harvard Medical School, and other laboratories are starting to explore stimulating the NAD pathway as a tool for extending lifespan. You can't just take NAD, or you can, but it doesn't get into cells very easily. There are basically two ways that you can tickle this pathway, increase NAD. One is to take NMN. NMN could soon be a prescription drug that you can only get with a prescription. And then I think Metro International Biotech will likely hold the patent. I will say with NMN, a couple of things happened. First of all, energy, my recovery from workouts much better. I had to take it early day because it was giving me a lot of energy. I did notice my hair and nails growing at a ridiculous rate. And then I came off it just as a control experiment, slowed down again. So it was really interesting. I think there's something there in cellular growth pathways.
Interesting.
So with NMN, you get improved energy, weight management, endurance, and strength. There's lots of videos on In the world's most populous nations, China and India, men outnumber women by millions. Chinese health authorities describe the gender imbalance among newborns as the most serious and prolonged in the world. According to Nicholas Eberstadt in his book, The Demographic Future, well, he projects that by 2030, 1 in 4 Chinese men will never get married. Numerous commentators are predicting that this situation will lead to increased levels of antisocial behavior and violence and will ultimately present a threat to the stability and security of these countries. And there is empirical evidence for these prognosticators of doom. Gender is a well-established individual-level correlate of crime and especially violent crime. It is a consistent finding across all cultures that an overwhelming percentage of violent crime is perpetrated by young, unmarried, low-status males. In China, young male internal migrant workers are thought to be responsible for a disproportionate amount of urban crime, especially violent crime. It's reported that migrants account for 50% of all criminal cases in the major receiving cities for internal migrants, with some cities reporting up to 80%. In India, a study carried out between 1980 and 1982 showed a strong correlation between homicide rates in individual states across the country and sex ratio of those states after controlling for potential things like urbanization and poverty. As postulated by Valerie Hudson and Andrea Denbor in their study A Surplus of Men, A Deficit of Peace, well, they predict that unattached men have the potential to trigger large-scale domestic and international violence. The authors also argue,
Why? Because you ain't giving him no pussy. Make love, not war. How hard is that? Bitch, how hard is that? I'm gonna show you how hard when Tosi and motherfucking Kim Iverson get into my home. You know what I'm saying? Because you belong right there on that bed. Right there. Yeah. Woohoo! I'm thirsty, so whatever. I do what I want. You shut. Oh, you shut. I do what I want. No, I'm just fucking with y'all. Hey, keep this shit going. But yeah, man, don't you hate this shit? I mean, they flipped the narrative. Really, it was the groomer gangs that Tommy Robinson was talking about back in the day. That who's that other fella that did a lot of comedy back then? And and then he just fell by the wayside too. It was damn gay dude. I forgot what his name was. Shit. He was that fella that would Miko? No. Milo Yiannopoulos. There you go. Milo Yiannopoulos, when that shit was going on. When the what they called that, the anti-SJW, the anti-woke came back on. And it was not just in America. It was, in the UK as well, when Brexit was going on and shit like that. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that shit. Keep going.
that sex imbalance could impact regional and even global security, especially because the surrounding countries...
You are right! You're right! That's right! That's right! Yes! Give a man 40 hours of work, 6-pack of brew, or, like 6 ounces of weed, however you see it, or both, and a piece of ass, he'll be passive. Am I right? I'm right. That's right. I'm just kidding, man. Dude. Hey, yo, bring this shit back, dude.
Taiwan,
all right,
Nepal,
okay.
and
Let me quit fucking
Bangladesh
around.
also have high sex imbalance ratios.
Sex
Moreover,
imbalance?
any society.
Wait. Sex imbalance is what it's called? Oh my fuck. Gen Xers, older millennials. Do we gotta be the hero? Do we gotta be the ones to correct all these motherfuckers? I think we do. Yo, correct them. Don't have shame for shit. Keep going.
The authors suggest any society becomes inherently unstable when sex ratios reach something like 120 males to 100 females because.
But look at this shit. For every man that's 120 pounds, every woman's willing to be 400 pounds more than that. Ew! And you start to looking all like Stank the Mouse, with a lot of stories revolving around her like the planets or the moons around Jupiter. These stories are like moons revolving around her gravitational pull, because she a fat bitch! Yes, I said it! Yeah! Fuck you! Yeah! Shit! I'm right! You know I'm right! Ooh! Ooh! I'm gonna tell it on the mountain. Keep going.
When large numbers of men are doomed to bachelorhood, they get desperate. A shortage of women via polygamy is also often cited as being one of the strongest factors that destabilizes the society of much of Africa along with the Islamic world.
Because they have something like a harem culture. Something like a phenomenon. Something like a... Anyway. A reverse harem society? A reverse harem society. Where, like, what? We got bitches like what I'm about to talk about later. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about that later. The reverse harem society, where there's the lily type bitches, where they got their whole stable of 100 men. Excuse me, a whole 100 of men that go into the room and they just go in. They're in a line that wraps around the apartment. And they go in there and they do until they and then they do and then they go to the next guy. Reverse harem. I think I get it. Am I wrong? I don't know. Keep going.
As explained in The Economist, wherever polygamy is widely practiced, turmoil tends to follow. The 20 most fragile states in the world.
There are basically two ways that you can tickle this pathway.
That's crazy how that shit went on, man. That's crazy how I went over to that. But nah, let me go back to where I was, man. This shit is stupid, though. I mean, so there's like a gender imbalance in a lot of these countries. Really, it wasn't really because of the grass eaters. It really wasn't become MGTOW. It wasn't because of any of that. Sorry to say, guys. It was the feminist nature. You know? There's, 4.5 waves of this shit. I'm back on my old bullshit again. Bear with me. Just bear with me when I get you back to this shit right here. Okay, so there's wave 0. That's proto-feminism. Seneca Falls Convention, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan. She's a part of this other shit right here. Yeah, Susan. Yeah, let me show you. This is when the GIC was formed, the Gynocentric Industrial Complex. Soap will always warn you about this bullshit. Because there was a bunch of Gertrudes getting together back in 1848 and shit. Way back before the Civil War. Just before it started. Seneca Falls Convention. Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Susan B. Anthony. And get this. Yeah, I see why Tico say that black men are the biggest simps in the fucking world. Because guess who was in that convention? Frederick Douglass, man. Frederick Douglass. And they didn't even like what he had to say. Even though he was from an abolitionist point of view. He was in an abolitionist point of view. I guess he was back in the days, like he was like the back in the days fucking Fred, Cornel West or some shit. No, I'm just kidding. But no, man. There's proto-feminism, wave 0. There's wave 1. That's the temperance movement. The ones that got alcohol illegal. Yeah, you created alcohol. These bitches wanted more thugs. They wanted more thugs because the thugs they was fucking with the saloon cowboys, the Billy the Kids, they weren't enough. So they created the Al Capone type of dude. The Roaring Twenties came. The fucking suffragettes or the Emmeline Parkhurst or the Carrie Nation type bitches. Banging fucking full alcohol bottle. That's a good waste of liquor, bitch. Stop doing that shit. Get away from my liquor. Alright, let me get this nasty shit up out of here. Let me get that gross. So don't like that. That's nasty. So they started banging up the bottles, fucking up shit. And, they managed to get, liquor to be illegal. They managed to get the right to vote. And that was between 1900, 1940, right in the middle, 1920. Wave 2. Wave 2. These are the ones that we hear about the most, See, that overturning of Roe v. Wade slapped them in the face. All right? They didn't like that today. Because some of these bitches are still alive. Wave number 2. The bra burners, the abortionists, the Gloria Steinem, which is a CIA operative, by the way. Hillary Clinton, which was in charge of the diplomatic structure in which he could use CIA operatives to start an Arab Spring. See, that shit that was going on Benghazi, yeah, it's not as fucking small as you think it is. That's why they were talking about it. Betty Friedan. And all of this bullshit was happening between 1940 and then in the 1980s. But when we got into the 1980s, we still see a lot of these hoes around. Yep. These 304s are all around, right? These are the career women. See, we are going through the decisions that were made by these career women and daytime talk show hoes like the Oprah Winfreys, the Karens, the Anita Hills, the C. Dolores Tuckers, the fucking Tipper Gore type bitches. Ugh, yeah, and then you get them in the bedroom, they look all.
Now steady, big fellow.
And you mad because your motherfucking hard on has turned into a fucking doorstop. Nasty, right? These are the wave 3. These are basically the career women's. We're still dealing with the career women's. Career women, excuse me. All right. And then there's wave 4, which you're looking at on TikTok right now, which you are looking at on Instagram right now. The fucking Stank DeMosses of the world. The Tess Holidays of the world. The fucking big red type bitches. Hashtag Me Too era, y'all. Welcome to the present day of intersectionality. That's where we are right now. 4 waves. Actually 4.5. Because if you want to count wave number 0, there's Elizabeth Cane State. Yeah. Soap isn't misogyny.
Now steady, big fellow.
Yep, Timmy. So, let me get y'all back into the review. Y'all check out my man Tico Trend. He's still doing his thing. But check it out. All right, let me get that off of there. Wave 0. Proto-feminist. Seneca Falls Convention. Elizabeth Cady Stanton. 1850-ish to 1900. All right. Wave number 1, temperance movement, suffragettes, Emmeline Parkhurst, Carrie Nation. This is between 1900 and 1940. Right? Right. Wave number 2, the bra burners, the abortionists. Keep abortion legal. Roe versus Wade. Gloria Steinem, CIA operative. Hillary Clinton, she ran CIA elements. Betty Friedan, which motivated people like Hillary and Gloria Steinem. This wave number 2 happened from the 1940s to the 1980s. I wish I could make me a chart of this. I think I'm going to work on that one of these nights. Wave number 3, the career women. The career women, we're dealing with them to this day too, along with wave number 2. But wave number 3, career women, daytime talk show hoes. Y'all remember that Ricky Lake shit? Sally Jesse Raphael, Carney Wilson, that big old bitch that sung with the motherfucking Wilson Phillips group. I remember that fucking hold on to another day. Shut up, bitch. Shut up. Hold on to this nut, bitch. Shut up. Anyway, wave number 3, that's the career women and daytime talk show hoes. TERFs live right here. These are where the TERFs are. Wave number 2 and 3. Anita Hill, Oprah Winfrey, and all that shit. Wave number 4. Me Too era. You're tweaking into the Me Too era. G-Funk, step to this, I dare ya. Stupid on a whole new level. The rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble. I'm fucking with y'all, man, but for real. Me Too era. The present day. Intersectionality. Your Anita Sarkeesians. Karana Burke, who started that shit until it got co-opted by Oprah and wave number 3 bitches, Oprah and Meryl Streep type hoes. Wave number 4, that's what you're fucking with now. These TikTok hoes, the Me Too era, all that shit. That's what you're fucking with right now. All right? And that's right, David. Brothels went away the same time as the suffragette and the liquor prohibitions. Not coincident at all. Not coincidental at all. You know? And you're talking about wave number 1. This was the temperance movement, the fucking suffragettes. They got tired of how these chicks were getting slapped around by these 6-shooter wearing belt at fucking cowboy. Pew! The Wild Wild West looking ass motherfuckers. She was tired of that shit. And they wanted to vote. And they want this liquor to stop. If a liquor touch your lips, you won't touch mine. Remember that? Remember that? Anybody see this shit in your history books? I bet you did. Because 80% of your teachers were females. Alright? From wave number 3. The career women. Those daytime talk show hoes. Soap opera hoes. The Oprah hoes. Oprah told you everything they needed to know. Oprah. See, I'm word playing right now. I'm word playing, being stupid, but it's true. Me Too era is what we're in right now. You know? Don't look at me funny in the gym, you male gazer. Yeah. More MGTOW funk. More MGTOW funk. Let me get back into this shit right here that BPS is talking about. I'm going too far over.
Predicting that this situation will lead to increased levels of antisocial behavior and violence and will ultimately present a threat to the stability and security of these countries.
What the fuck? In the world's most populous nations, men outnumber women by 70 million? Well, that's not the case here in America, really. Because, shit, it is cut down the middle. I think that's what the wave number 2 was trying to do. Lower the population. See, they weren't looking for equal rights. They were looking for equal population. Could I be wrong? I don't know. Keep it going.
And there is empirical evidence for these prognosticators of doom. Gender is a well-established individual-level correlate of crime and especially violent crime. It is a consistent finding across all cultures that an overwhelming percentage of violent crime is perpetrated by young, unmarried, low-status males. In China, young male internal migrant workers are thought to be responsible for a disproportionate amount of urban crime, especially violent crime. It's reported that migrants account for 50% of all criminal cases in the major receiving cities for internal migrants, with some cities reporting.
China. You see that person with the minion? The fucking minion umbrella? Shit, what the fuck? Okay.
Up to 80%. In India, a study carried out between 1980 and 1982 showed a strong correlation between homicide rates in individual states.
And in India, they be simping. They be simping, bruh. What the fuck?
Across the country and sex ratio of those states after controlling for potential things like urbanization and poverty. As postulated by Valerie Hudson and Andrea Denbor in their study A Surplus of Men, A Deficit of Peace, well, they predict that unattached men have the potential to trigger large-scale domestic and international violence.
Not if they go their own way. Not if they go their own way. And that's where we come in, fellas. I mean, yeah, we can talk our shit about these immigrants and all that. We can get all right-wing with it. But I think this is where the philosophy is needed. The philosophy is needed for them. You know? So that they can be productive members in life. Not for just the society at whole, because the society is wholly gynocentric. The W holy and the H holy. Both of the ways, because they worship the divine feminine. Let's get them out of that, fellas. Let's get them out of that. Come on now.
The authors also argue that sex imbalance could impact regional and even global security, especially because the surrounding countries of Pakistan, Taiwan, Nepal, and Bangladesh also have high sex imbalance ratios. Moreover, any society, the authors suggest, any society becomes inherently unstable when sex ratios reach something like 120 males to 100 females, because when large numbers of men are doomed to bachelorhood, they get desperate.
Yeah. Let's tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. And that right there told me why the cam whores prosper. You know? That's why we gotta plug them in. Plug them out of the matrix. Get them out of that shit. Get them out of that shit. Tune them in to the philosophy. Because that other shit right there, if they're not tuned into the philosophy, simps can be dangerous, bruh. Simps can be tough. Simps could even use your fucking talking points. Yes, they can go that far. And fuck with you. Don't let it fuck with you. Don't let it divert you from your path. And don't let it divert you from helping other men. Because at first, when I got the philosophy, I wanted to go the solitary type route in doing this. Monk mode, there you go. But you know what? I'm starting to get a bodhisattva type thing. I would like to come back out here into the world and wake up other brothers. And not that wokey shit. You know, the wokey shit. I don't want them to do that. You know? At the end of the day, you are the prize because you build this. You provide the infrastructure. And this is why they do it in coded language. The infrastructure's broken. The infrastructure's broken. Because you know what happens when we let them, when we let them gynos build bridges. And then they want to talk about that they can fly. Bridges don't fly. Big up to Bridges Don't Fly, man. Mission, man. Come on back over here to Psyche Soap, man. Let's talk about some shit. You know? Ruminate on this topic. And not just ruminate, though. Putting it all into action. See, this MGTOW shit is not for, saying a few. Well, it's cool for you to say a few words, plant a seed, walk away and see if that motherfucker grow. But no, it's really not about that. Keep cultivating. And keep helping all others teach brothers how to go this path. Otherwise, they're gonna be violent incels, man. Now, black pillars, I do respect them to a fault because, yeah, a lot of what they're saying ain't wrong. It's the truth. But you don't have to be nihilist about it. I respect what a lot of these trad guys say, traditional, trad right folks be saying. But you know what? At the end of the day, the right blowjob gets them back to the plantation. You know this. All right.
A shortage of women via polygamy is also often cited as being one of the strongest factors that destabilizes the society of much of Africa along with the Islamic world. As explained in The Economist, wherever polygamy is widely practiced, turmoil tends to follow. The 20 most fragile states in the world are all somewhat or very polygamous. Polygamous nations are also more likely to invade their neighbors. A study out of the London School of Economics found a strong link between plural marriage and civil war. In fact, groups like Boko Haram and ISIS use the theology of Islam as well as the example of the Prophet Muhammad himself in regularly slaughtering the men of groups they believe to be heretical or disbelievers, and then sexually enslave their women. Valerie Hudson, in another study, found that a high bride price, typical in polygamous societies, is a critical factor predisposing young men to become involved in organized group violence for political purposes, and that jihadist groups know this and exploit this.
And you know what? Even though that Abrahamic faith does this, Christians do it too. As much as y'all don't want to claim the Mormons, hello. Same thing happened here in America. Except we went through that phase back in the 1840s through 60s. Keep going.
And when looking to Western Europe that has no cultural affinity toward polygamy or sex-selective abortions, the same problem with regards to gender imbalance is being imported via policy. And
this shit says Sweden. According to reports in Sweden, there are currently around 123 males for every 100 females, particularly noticeable in younger age groups, which is attributed to an influx of young male asylum seekers in recent years, meaning there is a significantly male majority in the country, especially among teenagers. And you know what happens in your teenage life. You know what happens. And damn, what is that? The hormones get to raging, and shit. You want to take a wife, you want to take a girlfriend, you want to take that. You know what? In America, you're a lot more luckier than they are. But if this bullshit with the politics keep going on like it has been, you're gonna be where they are too. Get used to monk mode if that happens to be such. build through monk mode if you're going to be monk mode. I don't give a fuck if you're going the hammerhand route. I don't give a fuck if you're going the TFM route. I don't give a fuck if you're going through the Psyche Soap route. You know? Getting into that. Or, you know, conquesting a female doesn't necessarily make you a man, man. And it doesn't. It doesn't. You know? There's a reason why you're the prize. And getting out of here, you're going to apply the knowledge, man. You're going to apply the knowledge for what it's worth. You know? My manosphere isn't black or white. You know? I know a lot of early Malcolm X's in this manosphere shit. I'm more like the Martin Luther King of this shit. You know? Both sides don't like me when I talk about it, though. But, so what? So what? There was bound to be me in a minute. It's about time one of you heard it. You know? All wars are civil wars. We're brothers. Yeah, I sound like a hippie with it, but no, I don't mean to go all woo on you. It doesn't have to be that. You know? Build your value. But don't build your value for the purpose of marrying a woman, one, and two, starting a fucking harem full of women. Because that doesn't, I don't see that, and not that you give a fuck, I don't see that as a high value man. A high value man, okay, maybe this is off base here, but he's one that, you know, can get land, build upon that land, mind his own business in that land, and start a real community in that land. But, you know, folks are gonna say that I'm on some cult member shit or some Jim Jones type shit. No. This doesn't have to be, you know, traditionalist. This doesn't have to be, you know, liberalist either. You know. But I tell you one damn thing, let's live and let live. This is why I'm not too keen on what the Democrats are saying, because they are the authoritarians. But the pendulum's starting to slowly shift to the right. And you remember what the right used to do with the satanic panic and all of this other goofy shit, you know, in the 50s as well. And censor your actions and words and all of that, you know. You know, this is you're in a time where we're just now getting out of the woke, progressive, regressive bullshit. You're starting to see that pendulum shift back over to the right. And then those over there start to fucking canceling on what you find fun. It ain't a crime at all. You know, and even if it was, it's victimless. At worst, it's victimless crime. I mean, yeah. Now, all crime should be, you know, prosecuted to the extent of the law according to how heinous the crime was. You're like that, I'm like that. That's common sense, right? But there's motherfuckers in this world that want to make, you know, your life like a threat to them, an existential threat to them. And that's bullshit, man. When you come over here and you kick it with soap, all right, we gonna joke. We gonna kid around. We gonna act a fool. We gonna say what we say. I mean, if it's just me, that's cool. If I got a panel going on, that's great as well. But at the end of that shit, when I've hit the stop live button on all of this, you know, we go back to what we have been doing before the show even started. We go into our lives for real. We get outside that door. We pay taxes, I guess, or we become the wage slave, I guess. Not cool, of course not. But how in the fuck else are you gonna put food in your mouth and make a living? Oh, another thing. It's there's all sorts of existential threats out here to you. The right don't like you. The left don't like you. And they're quick to brand you with this 5-letter insult. Incel is an insult. You're not an incel at all, man. You're just a man doing what you doing. Being about who you are. Stacking your chips, getting your paper, living your best life. I don't like those words, but that's what you're doing. And ain't nothing wrong with that. But there are far too many that hate on that. Far too many that disrespect you and trying hard to make you a hate group. Trying hard to make you an ain't shit nigga. Trying hard to making you a piece of shit honky Chad. Nah, man. I don't see you as that. I see you as a brother in arms. And I'll get to that later. But yeah, I've been on my soapbox, get it? And this shit got me riled up. I'm gonna play some more. I'm kind of spun up. I'm gonna play this shit. Oh God.
All of its attending consequences are beginning to manifest themselves in countries like Sweden, Germany, and as far afield as Canada. While the tsunami of migrants heading toward Western Europe has abated somewhat in the past year or so, millions upon millions upon millions of people from the developing world still want to make the welfare states of Western Europe their new home. The vast majority of those that have already arrived are young men. Images of those being ferried by human traffickers to awaiting NGO boats in the Mediterranean, those attempting to break down the gates in Spanish exclaves in North Africa, as well as the small boat crisis in the United Kingdom, shows that this is a young, masculine affair. And just as indicated in these studies, there is also evidence that with an abundance of single young men that Europe is now grappling with, aggression is likely to increase substantially, as we're now witnessing today with each grisly headline after lurid and horrific headline. As such, images of women at train stations drowning in euphoria, waving refugees welcome placards has faded.
Ain't that a bullshit? Ain't that the shit? The same thing happened in America until the Trump regime got in. But get this. While they were all having a crush on Obama, Obama deported more than Trump did. And at levels more than Trump could ever think he was doing. He's going to have to beat Obama in that. Not George Bush, the Jr., during the Muslim travel bans and all of that shit. Not his daddy, no. Not Reagan with his amnesty. Yes, Reagan was for amnesty. Obama took more out of here. And yet they voted for him. You see how crazy that is? Anyway, keep going. But yeah, the reason why I stopped this part is because the way that Europe is welcoming all of those Middle Easterners into their borders, open borders with it, right? We did the same shit through our southern border. And it wasn't Mexicans. See, they tried to make it seem like we didn't want Mexicans here, but it was from other countries. And I'm not talking about Central and South America. I'm talking about from those countries too. Middle Eastern countries as well. Chinese ones also. Keep going.
and the mood of the continent has changed considerably. And this can best be demonstrated by the hardening on the issue, as well as the rightward shift politically across the continent, Germany being the best example. In an article published in the Irish Examiner, the author Daniel Gross basically goes over the same information to explain the current rise in populism and rejection of the EU's open border policy. He points out that the arrival of massive numbers of male migrants is triggering a response that is rooted in evolutionary psychology. The implication is, Gross points out, is that as sex imbalances grow across Europe, rejection of open borders may be rooted partly in a primordial defense response by local men who want to protect their territory, including their women, from other men arriving. While the United States has found its sanity and the failed Prime Minister of Canada has hinted toward the same, the open borders agenda, currently in full swing across Europe, shows no sign of abating. And if the current gender imbalance is not remedied, the involuntary celibates, or incels, could possibly create long-term problems that could plunge the continent into widespread and unending violence of all manner. It will also inevitably lead to a large expansion of the possibly create long-term.
Yeah, let me stop right here. You see that? Opinion piece by Wyman, right? Incels aren't going to be laughed at. They're only going to get more dangerous. But getting more, let's kill them, is not going to solve it either. I mean, damn. Not, understanding them or not, starting families with them. I mean, because originally, y'all bitches wanted that. You didn't want the native men of your country. I can't tell y'all how many times before I went monk mode here that every chick that I was trying to fucking, approach before I gotten a hold of this philosophy and all of that, when I was on simp mode, my damn self, yeah, soap can do that. I did that. Yeah, I did that. Like my man Black Ram 313 say, there's no lying in therapy, and you all are my therapy. Thank you. But check this out. Every woman that I was trying to approach always tried to do this shit, say this shit, to make them look more hotter than they are. And they weren't, really. They were either average looking or way below average. This is South Dakota. I mean, shit. Yeah, right? So they were all trying to tell me this shit. There's this guy from Africa that is hitting on me, and I don't know. And while they're doing this shit, while they're saying this shit, they know I'm about that. They know I'm about to blow your back out. They all say this shit. It didn't matter if they were white. It didn't matter if they were native. And the only ones I never gotten that from was black, because shit, I done long quit that ever since I left the fucking woke land. Real shit. They're all saying that shit just to make me think they're hot. Just because you're getting hit on by somebody else. If that's the fucking case, nah, I'ma stay monk. I'm good. And then I got in the fucking records. This was like 2 or 3 shows back by the election, I think. That I told y'all that the state I'm in, South Dakota, has the highest rate of syphilis. But I know where it's coming from. That's why there's a lot of blind motherfuckers. Blindness is a fucking what do you call that? Is a symptom of syphilis. Blindness. And whatever the fuck Al Capone was going through. Anyway, all right. But I was hearing all of this bullshit, right? Before I decided to just say, fuck it. Cut it all off, monk. And thank goodness this was done before COVID. Woo! Thank goodness this was done before COVID. Dodge the bullet, gentlemen. Maybe I should, I don't know. Maybe I should do one of them damn, one of these. One of them damn ruminations about it. But keep it going. Okay. I said all that bullshit just to say this. Most of y'all that watch this show have already found monk mode, and you have been good in it. Money times are coming. Start stacking, because gold went down for a brief moment. Silver went down for a brief moment. Hashtag don't take my shit as financial advice. Oh my God. And we got a fella in there that's like, he stacked his chips to get his own land. You know what I'm saying? Do that. Leave these modern hoes alone. Aren't to be laughed at. But then again, back to this. Incels aren't to be laughed at. They're not to be made fun of either. They're not to be shamed either. Because get this, you brought them here. You brought them here. Shit. You brought them here. It's all a part of that GIC, baby. The gynocentric industrial complex. You brought them here. You put your foot in the shit. Now clean it up. And one of them motherfucking migrants thinks it's a foot bath. Keep going.
Problems that could plunge the continent into widespread and unending violence of all manner. It will also inevitably lead to a large expansion of the sex industry, including its more unacceptable practices such as coercion and trafficking, as it has in India and China over the past few decades.
But then again, there are these solo hoes that go on OnlyFans and do this shit, further exacerbating the problem. That's something you didn't mention either.
And already with Ukrainian diaspora in Europe over the past 3. What's clear is that none of this is a surprise. All of this was predictable and forecast by many, including this channel.
We all knew it, including my channel too, as well. Shit. Keep going.
And nonetheless has been imported, facilitated, accelerated, and encouraged by the authorities. So thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, man. And we're going to give you some more of that old-fashioned mid-cow funk, baby. Ooh. Ooh. And there we go. Speaking of which, they're all chameleoning. They're doing the chameleon thing. They want to do shit like this. 93% of work-related fatalities, 90% of combat deaths, 3 times more likely to off themselves, and 79%, excuse me, of the murder victims.
Gender roles. My husband and I split all the chores equally. There's no like man chores or woman chores. This is not the 1950s.
And then there's a piece of garbage right there. There's something. There's a garbage bag right there. Doing your half of the chores, and then your ass go like this.
Job. This is my impression of
Exactly.
a gender studies major in class. Girls go to college to get more knowledge. Boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Like, what are you guys studying? How do they actually give out a degree for that? That's madness.
There was this video I saw that I actually wanted to stitch, but it was not possible to stitch the video on the app. Anyway.
She's not wrong. Women keep women single, but that pick-me shit ain't gonna work either. Because we going our own way. Right? Right.
Okay, whatever. It was this woman saying that like her friends, whenever she gets into an argument with her man, her friends will tell her like, so what, girl, like curse him out, like who cares, whatever. And she's like, I can't do that. Like my man will literally hang up the phone on me. Like he's not gonna allow me to disrespect him. He's not going for that. Like I can't do that. And I just want to say, like, I am not that friend. I am not the friend that's going to encourage you to curse your man out. I'm not going to be the one that's like, girl, F him. Like, let's keep it pushing.
You're lying. You're fucking lying. You even look like the woman that would do that shit. Don't get me twisted, oh. What the fuck? You're fooling no one.
We don't need men. Like, come on, we can do our own thing. Like, I am not that. I'm not that. I'm not a feminist. I'm not a woman who is supporting the divide.
By the way, these are the types that got Trump elected. Not Trump, but Trump elected. Because they think, let's fight the system from within, girl. We can do the sisterhood another way.
Of women and men. Like, I'm not into that. Okay, I want people to be in love. I want people to have good relationships, and I'm gonna give you the best possible advice as my friend that I could give you. If you don't want to hear that, that's up to you. But I'm never gonna be a city girl. Like, I'm just never gonna be that. I'm never gonna be that type of person who is.
You're lying. You're lying. You don't know how. You know how I tell she lying. You know how I can tell she lying. Her fucking lips are moving. Keep going.
Going to tell you something that can negatively impact your relationship just because I'm just telling you what you want to hear. Like, and that's the problem. A lot of women are around women that tell them what they want to hear, not what they need to hear.
Must be like, oh, I want to be a stripper.
Yeah. Whatever.
Try self-respect, morals, a desire to do good in the world and actually contribute, wanting a real relationship, being disgusted.
Because the relationship is the classic way to manipulate a man's mind. I see some of y'all left. Because you just found out. Yeah, I'm playing the channel in which men want to get their lick back. Yeah, I know that. But don't fall for these fucking. Oh my God, are you serious, man? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You'll get roped into the fucking. You're the type that'll get roped into all of that misdirection, all of that damn misdirection, and you're none the wiser, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Guess who's in this motherfucker? What's up, man?
How y'all doing today?
Man, I don't know. Just slaughtering pygmies. What's up?
Man, I am sick as a dog.
Well, get yourself well, motherfucker. Shit. So you can do your show. Oh, man. Shit. You damn near slept on the last one, motherfucker.
Yeah. I almost didn't come in.
Yeah, what happened?
I'm fucking sick.
Okay. What are the symptoms there, Win? Okay. There's some of them. Showed us better than he can be telling us, but damn. You ain't got that new shit going on, are you? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, while you are here, Win, and thank you for being here. Well, I got some of these fucking comments. Let me talk about it. That's so, and this is from David Smith. All right. There are multiple types of nihilism. You can be nihilistic and still have morality. Yeah, but you know what they call them? Pessimists. Shit. But then again, you know, one of my favorite philosophers is that would be not Nietzsche. Nietzsche's up there, but that's Schopenhauer. And they branded him with nihilist and pessimist and all of that shit. Got morality, you know, has the nihilistic way of doing things, but that's him. All right. Timmer, he says, monk mode a decade now. If it's all shit, I don't want it. Understandable. Wynn's been monk for what, 13 years now?
Yeah, about 13.
All right. Hey, do y'all thing. I only got a fraction of that time, but Let me tell you something. I got on the plate carriers just like you. I'm in this battlefield just like you. Now, I might have caught the knowledge a little later, but some was telling me, hey, yo, something ain't right out here. Something ain't right. All right. Tim Harris says, MGTOW's a philosophy, of course. Coexistence with a focus on self. But that goes against the agenda. No shit. Us MGTOWs are ungovernable and also decentralized. We're decentralized. That's another thing. And they want so bad to find a leader in all this. There's no leaders, motherfucker. None. And that's what, yeah, that's also what pisses him off, T. All right. And then he said, Timma goes on to say, polarization, separation is the agenda. If men united, this world would be a different world. And then, David Smith said, trad women are nothing but ran through tired 304s. They know what happened. They know what happened. And that's why they're doing this bullshit right here. And we're going to put that back on up there. I'm going to put that back on up there. Come on. She's saying all the right words, touching all the right spots. All right? But no. This is the language of a person that thinks it's never too late. But we all know it is too late. It's too late, baby, now it's too late. Wind is gone, I'm still here. Let's play this shit.
That are a product of stripping and pornography. The fact that strippers are homewreckers, and that absolutely disgusts me. But let me assure you, I can dance, just not for nasty dollar bills. Ooh, that's for the right guy.
For the right guy? Who's the right guy? Gentlemen's Club? Who's the right guy? Depends on the status. Because that's all you told me.
Tribute, wanting a real relationship, being disgusted that are a product of stripping and pornography. The fact that strippers are homewreckers, and that absolutely disgusts me. But let me assure you, I can dance, just not for nasty dollar bills. Ooh, that's for the right guy.
So a couple of weeks ago, a guy approached me. Of course, I did what all girls do. Assumed he was a sexually charged pig, screams, "I have a boyfriend!" before he could even get a word out. Rolled my eyes, threatened to call the cops, and immediately relocated to a different spot in the coffee shop just so I could post a TikTok about it. Kidding. Here's how I actually handled it.
Yeah,
This is my
right.
impression of a gender studies.
Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. She's just telling you, one end of the story, and we all know this. You're not fooling anybody, all right? Monk mode for the win.
There was romantic intent, but I entertained it how I would entertain any normal conversation. I let him introduce himself, I introduced myself, and made some brief small talk. It wasn't hard to establish very early on that I live nearby with my boyfriend without ruining the conversation and his day. And maybe now this man won't be so nervous to approach other women. You might ask why I entertain a conversation with this guy if I have a boyfriend. Well, it's because I'm not a hypocrite. If I was single, I would hate it if
You are a hypocrite. You ain't fooling nobody.
women in relationships were being rude to single men because it would make them less likely to approach me. I'm not going to be part of the reason why men don't want to approach women anymore. If we want the modern dating world to change for the better, we as women have a duty to make these initial interactions that are already very intimidating for men as unintimidating as possible.
Get well, wind. Don't come into the show when you sick, bro. But thank you for letting us know. I mean, shit. Hey, everybody go and check out MGTOW in the Wind. Red Pill in the Wind, by the way. And he's got some nice videos, too, as well, that y'all should be checking out. But back to this shit. This is not fooling anyone. True MGTOW don't get fooled by this. But then again, I'm going in that no Scotsman territory, so let me stop.
Men, if there's a lady who looks good and she's not a raging slut or a cheater, chances are she's taken. And for good reason, especially in the West. You don't see gold bars laying on the ground, do you? But you do see fake dollar bills, so think about that. the next time you run into an attractive lady who looks single. And
Yup.
if she politely says she has a boyfriend, just leave it at that and move on. Don't be a jackass, because you'll ruin it for everyone else. What do the commenters think?
Yeah. Yeah, it is class and grace. It is decency, as you report it, you know. But if you really look at it, there are gonna be some bitches that, what if he's still a stalker?
Top comment with 2K likes. This isn't just decency. This response is class and grace.
Whatever.
This is how women used to act. That's why they were married or in a long-term relationship. Because they were worthy of being a wife, a mother, someone to have a man's surname. Back in the old days, single women were looked down upon, especially if they had no kids, because it said there was something wrong with them. Another commenter wrote, a lot of women don't understand how crippling and painful constant rejection feels like and what it does to your soul. Thank you for sharing this. Unfortunately, rejection is a large part of the male experience. That's what drives men to improve themselves physically and financially.
And if these bitches keep doing what they doing, rejection will be a part of their female experience. Remember that.
But today's modern women live to reject men. And unfortunately for some men, they'll blast them on social media. This is why women aren't approached anymore, especially groups of women, aka hyenas. Dude responds to the comment, yet when it happens to them, they turn into the Hulk. Women cannot handle rejection. That's when the free easy mode trial turns to the regular mode, and all hell breaks loose for a cheat code on why a man rejected them.
It's been bugging me for 2 days. You treat your husband like a roommate. He's been paying all the bills, taking care of your ass for 30 years. And then if you just decide to, you just leave him, take all of his shit and destroy him. Is this sarcasm? Or are you kind of serious? You see, your name is already Karen, so that's why I'm a little suspicious that it might be a joke. Now, in the unfortunate circumstance that that's not a joke, we have a major problem. I mean, you did give me the gift of proving my point as to why men just fucking stay the fuck away from women anymore. It's because of people like you. So 30 years deep, and you don't even have enough respect for him to even keep that comment to yourself.
There you go. There you go. And if this is as true as this looks right here, all that's telling me is that you are either a bra burner or a career woman daytime talk show hoe wave of feminism. Of feminism. You know? I'm not trying to kiss this lady's ass right here, but she's got a point.
You're not even afraid to broadcast it to the whole fucking world about the power that you've got and how you could wreck him.
Yep.
After his fucking faithful devotion, taking care of you for 30 years. And you sound like you're proud of it. Karen, I hope karma comes knocking on your door here one day soon and delivers you a package that you have not only earned, but truly deserve. Plumb full of pain, misery, suffering, and shame. And we wonder why men are bitter.
No. Just going their own way. Going their own way. Not being bitter, but creating a new path for themselves that doesn't go this way. You know, you merging. Bruh, quit simping. You know, yeah, this says a lot, Psycho Soap, because right there you were just, you know, you were simping for both Kim Iverson and Tulsi Gabbard. What the fuck? Man, go fuck yourself, man. I hear your shit.
Whether it's a joke or not, we don't know, but this is how many modern women who are married act. They know they have the gynocentric dictatorship on their side. If they chose to rob their husband of his wealth with a divorce and alimony, why do you think marriage is at an all-time low in the West? It's 6 suckers out of every 1,000 men who are signing their rights away.
He ain't wrong. He right.
This is why. Into the comments. An old man comments, 32 years hoping for the best. She got half of everything, and I have to pay her for the rest of my life, and I get nothing but a wasted life.
No shit. Realize what your simping can get you into, bruh.
Another man responds to the comment, I with you, brother. With her for 40 married, for 35, and by the grace of God, he got me out of it. The man should become a passport bro and leave the country for good. He can retire early and, even better, not pay his ex-wife Robber another dime. This is
not wrong. Not wrong. Again, not wrong.
Another reason why you need to put your assets in a trust and form an LLC to be the buffer of the money you have. Talk to your local trust and business lawyer about that. You need one even if you're not or will ever be married, because it's now also getting to the point with states like New York. A kiss on the cheek can be considered an assault, so some gold digger or feminist criminal can now try to rob you on trumped-up charges. No pun intended. This is what Trump is going through, with some hag that no one would want to screw her in her prime. And because of a feminist judge, she may get $80 million for a kiss on the cheek 50 years ago. Another comment says, why would anybody marry knowing what the consequences are is beyond me. It ain't worth it. That's why I make these videos.
You ain't wrong. You ain't fucking wrong, man. Oh, man. Seriously. These brothers, man, yo, let Soap talk to you. I got you. We'll cleanse the mind. We will cleanse the mind, and that's real. What's this chick saying?
We're probably going to get some hate for this, but we're going to do it anyways. If you're with a truck driver, dating or married, whether they were a truck driver when you met them or they became a truck driver after, you signed up for that when you chose to stay. Now, I'm going to explain to you what the hell you signed up for. So if you chose to stay and you don't work, you have a job. His job is to go out there and drive and bring home the bacon and pay the bills so you can stay at home and take care of kids. So here's your job. Your job's to hold down the damn fort. You cook, you clean, you do laundry, you take care of the kids.
You basically maintain the main driver of your lifestyle. Because you know what? We all know this now. As long as you got a pussy, you got everything. Even if you lost him. That's another thing you need to put in there. And that's something that chicks like even this one that I'm showing you don't even know. Well, they know it. But they don't realize that there's fellas like us that see through that too.
That's your job. That's what you signed up for. That's what you chose when you decided to stay with somebody who was a truck driver. Here's what is not your job. Your job is not to call him and pick fights with him because he has to stay out an extra day or a week. Your job is not to call him and tell him all the gossip of the whole damn neighborhood. He doesn't care that Sally's brother's sister.
He's a man. He don't give a fuck about all that.
Uncle's girlfriend is cheating on him. He don't care. He's got bigger fish to fry. He's got bigger things to worry about. Your job is also not to call him and bitch about the kids not listening to you. Because
you want to know why? Because that was your job and you're failing to fucking do it. He's out on the road. What the fuck is he gonna do? And don't, miss us with that fucking wait till my father gets home shit. You should be on the discipline for real, for real. Okay.
Your job is to take care of the kids, which means make them listen. He can't do shit. He ain't home. That part is not his job. Also, don't come in my comments like, oh, I'm a single mom. No, you're not. No, you ain't. You ain't a single mom. You don't know what being a single mom is like. Being a single mom is called working 1, 2, or 3 jobs, figuring out how the hell you're going to pay your own damn bills because you don't have anybody.
That's right. That is true. But even so, there was a reason why that man made his distance away from your fucking ass and got into the path. You know, there's more to this than what she's leading on. And there you go. I'm going to get off the get my lick back site, I guess, and go to this shit. And then, some of these motherfucking chicks be like, sex, these sexless marriages. Yeah, I'm going to give you some of that old Midtown funk, baby. Sex Not Part of a Woman's Marital Duties, Court Rules in Divorce Case by Victoria Craw. Somebody needs to stick her craw for real. Let's go. A French woman has won a ruling. France, this tells you what the fuck you want to know. EU, this tells you what the fuck you want to know about how they do things. But keep it going. And look, they even disguised her identity in this story. All right, a French woman has won a ruling from Europe's top human rights court with a panel of 7 judges unanimously saying that she should not have been blamed, no fault, blamed in her divorce for not having sex with her husband. The European Court of Human Rights judgment ruled that the woman, known as Miss HW, and court documents in keeping with European protocol, suffered a violation of Article 8 under the European Convention on Human Rights, the respect for family and private life. Are you fucking serious? Never mind. That could be a rumination on its own, but keep going. The case centered on the divorce between the woman, a French national born in 1955. You were a part of them damn bra burners, man. You one of them bra burner bitches. Okay. See, this is why I need to have a table or a fucking chart for you to see where this shit falls on and how they act. Because it's usually the same. It's usually the same old shit. Let's go. The case centered on the divorce between the woman, a French national born in 1955, who lives in Le Chesnay, near Versailles, and her husband, known in court records as Mr. JC. Is that Mr. T? Never mind. In 2015, she petitioned the Versailles High Court for divorce on grounds of fault, alleging that her husband had prioritized his career over family life and had been bad-tempered and insulting, according to an ECHR document. He counterclaimed, arguing that she had made slanderous accusations against him and failed to fulfill her marital duties, right? Right. The divorce was granted in November 2019 by the Versailles Court of Appeal, with the fault attributed to the woman on basis that not having sex with her husband constituted a serious and repeated breach of marital duties and obligations, making it impossible to continue in a state of matrimony, the court said. She appealed the case within France, but was rejected. And in March 2021, she took it to Human Rights Court. Human fucking Rights Court. In Thursday's ruling, a panel of judges found that the very existence of such a marital obligation ran counter to sexual freedom? What? Anyway, in the court's view, consent to marriage could not only imply consent to future sexual relations. Such an interpretation would be tantamount to denying that marital rape was reprehensible in nature, the court said in a statement. It also noted that the concept of marital duties took no account whatsoever of consent to sexual relations. Okay. In a statement released by the French women's rights organization Women's Foundation, that told you all you needed to know. Bunches of bra burners, abortionists, career women, and daytime talk show hoes. You see that? These are the waves of feminism at work, man. All right. Last one. And we're going to get on up out of here. How most beautiful woman in porn who descended from political royalty fell into prostitution and drugs. Chasey Lane was the adult industry's biggest star in the 90s. She is a descendant of former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Clay. By the way, guys, if you have not noticed, if you don't remember, the Secretary of State handles diplomacy. That's it. Diplomacy. Henry Clay sounds familiar too. That guy was in history, but let me keep it going on. A porn star who is the great-great-granddaughter of former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Clay went from being lauded as the most stunning performer in adult entertainment to spiraling into drugs and prostitution. Chasey Lane was one of the industry's biggest names in the 1990s. Talk show hoe. A dead ringer for Carmen Electra, another talk show hoe. She was once dubbed the most beautiful woman in porn. At her peak, Lane appeared in mainstream movies and TV shows, raked in six figures a year from her own sex toy line, and even had a hit song written about her. Oh, man. But by the 2000s, she was allegedly battling drugs and had started turning tricks at Dennis Hoff's infamous Bunny Ranch brothel. Bunny! Ooh. Alright. It was a sad downfall for the brunette bombshell, whose career at one point was poised to be as big as Jenna Jameson's. Lane had what she described as an average upbringing, grew up in North Carolina and cheerleading in high school. Think about that. That usually starts with the cheerleader, don't it? Keep going. Her uncle was the chief of police, while her great-great-grandfather was former United States Secretary of State and House Speaker Henry Clay. All right. See, and there's pictures of her. Lane has said that she was constantly reminded of her prestigious bloodline, see, growing up, but the pressure didn't stop her from pursuing a career in sex work. Ooh. You see the fucking language they're working with on this? It's deeply embedded. Deeply embedded. What the fuck? Let me keep going. She started stripping for extra cash while attending college in Florida, and it didn't take long for an agent to suggest that she cash in on her striking good looks by moving to California. After relocating to Los Angeles, Lane quickly booked roles in a string of racy movies, soft porn, I'll say, and graced the cover of best-selling smut magazines like High Society, Sherry, and Gallery. By 1993, she had signed an exclusive contract with Wicked Pictures, beating out porn queen Jenna Jameson, who famously became the company's second ever contracted performer in 1995. Once Wicked signed Jameson, Lane jumped ship to Vivid Video, then the biggest company in the entire industry. Vivid quickly utilized Lane's star power by having her headline X-rated feature films with big budgets and storylines, including Chasey Saves the World, House on Chasey Lane, and White Wedding. It didn't take long for mainstream offers to come rolling in, and Lane soon found herself appearing on The Howard Stern Show and landing roles in films like Matt Stone and Trey Parker. She was in Orgasmo and Spike Lee's He Got Game. Ain't that nothing? That's why that bitch looked familiar. Anyway, in a radio interview last year, Lane even claimed that she rubbed shoulders with Hollywood A-listers like Adam Sandler, Matt Dillon, and Charlie Sheen in her heyday. Oh my god, the wall is fucking undefeated. What the fuck? Keep going. Ugh. Look at that. Before, after. Before, after. Oh gosh, she looked like Mila Kunis's a grandma. Like, what the fuck? Keep going. Now, by 1999, the Bloodhound Gang had penned a hit song about Lane, The Ballad of Chasey Lane, but she failed to show up for the music video despite being given a starring role by the band. Damn, you could have got more money from that. What the fuck? Soon after, rumors began to swirl that Lane was possibly battling some issues behind the scenes. She disappeared from the adult industry for 2 years, And then once she returned, she was noticeably appearing in lower budget, more explicit fare than before. Her name slowly faded from the spotlight until 2008, when a shocking behind-the-scenes video from a porn shoot was posted online that showed Lane at her lowest point. In the footage, a disheveled and sometimes incoherent Lane argued with a director backstage about how much she was being paid and whether or not she can film sex scenes with a tampon in. What? Ugh. After spending almost 4 hours in hair and makeup, Lane, twitching and wearing a low-cut dress, finally made her way to a couch to shoot some promotional stills. "You gotta stop moving so much," the exacerbated director is heard telling her. "You're jumping around all over the place like a jelly bean. You've got to stop." You know what that means? You know what that means? Meth. Meth. The fuck? And all of this shit here. That's her, man. This one. And she turned into that. Oh. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Ugh. Anyway. To the comments. Oh, my God, no. Alright. Dave Smith say, "Why take the risk and approach them? I've seen chicks claim sexual assault for less." Damn, for real? Well, Dave say, "I've been jumped twice for rejecting some fat bitches." Okay. And then he goes on to say, "She looks like the lot lizard version of Pretty Woman." Oh, fuck. France is the birthplace of feminism. Yep, you may be right. All the way back to the Jacobins during the French Revolution. And that is wave 0. Double O. And no, you're right, Timmy. This ain't new. This ain't new. This happens all the time. This happens all the time, bro. What else would I... Well, you know, it's taken 5 years. No. 5.5 years to get the Epstein list. All right? And Adam Schiff, Cali representative, you have him to thank for that. All right? That's bullshit. Guys, you know, when you're looking at someone's political record, also look at where they're representing. Because y'all have been throwing California politician after California politician after California politician, and also you'll throw in a New York here and there. But they're wrong for this fucking country. They're out of touch with the heartland. Look at the latest election maps for the past 14 years. Okay? Stop fucking with us, man. We didn't want Kamala. We didn't want, what the fuck, Adam Schiff. We don't want 90 proof Nancy, yet she leads Congress. Also responsible for the very, 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 very fucking low approval rating. You know? But yet she's a fucking stock trading genius. Fuck out of here. Stop bringing us your California politicians. We don't need y'all. Shit. God, y'all are horrible. Now, what's the other thing I was talking about earlier? On Orange Man, right? The vaccines, all right? RFK Jr., all right? Why the fuck is Bill Gates trying to hang with Trump? Why is he trying to hang with Trump? This is your true adversary, man. I mean, yo, if Elon didn't tell you enough, this motherfucker should tell you everything you needed to know. The technocrat oligarchs hate you. Hate you, but they want to be on your bandwagon. Ask Mark Zuckerberg. Ask him. He want to be down. But Bill Gates, he forced your hand to signing Operation Warp Speed. He did that AstraZeneca did that. Moderna did that. Johnson & Johnson did that. And, of course, Pfizer. So, no. Stop fucking with that. You want your presidency to go further down than where it already is? Keep doing that. Keep doing this shit. Keep hanging out with these technocrats and oligarchs from the technocracy. Keep hanging around these fucking GICs. Keep hanging around them. And see what the fuck you gonna get. Because you gonna know what this is. Because Cookie Monster knows what this is. Alright, man. Yeah. The world ain't fair, fellas. I mean, but hopefully we can work back toward equal protection under the law. Shit, I hope so. Big shouts to True Sherm. Bruh, you mean more to me than you'll ever know. Real shit. Thank you, Father Saunders, for coming through. I mean, I hope you go live one of these days. I'll be there. Just to say hello. Just to say hello and kick it with you, I guess. But this guy here, that's Riggs. That's Riggs. He's the Alabama rigger and he wanna be free. Alright. Let me quit fucking around. More shout outs. Thank you for allowing me to pay respects to my grandmother. Thank you, Hammer, for allowing me to pay respects to my grandfather. You know, shit, Sean St. George for getting into that, for taking over, Saunders' fucking show while his ass just knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for helping me take over that show. And Frank, may he rest in peace. May he rest in peace, bro. May he rest in peace. We were there. RIP to Spetsnaz. RIP to Renegade 1. To Paul Proteus. To Archangel. Thank you, Undead Chronic in the War Band. RGE. JR. He comes through. Thank you for that. D-Man 50. Thank you. Red Pill Fred. You still in effect. Craig Finesse in the flesh, thank you. Rusty Rivers, I will be going to your channel pretty soon, thank you. Outlaw, how you doing? Thank you. On to over here. Tia Son Johnson, thank you. For letting us know what was happening while black folks were being the canaries in the coal mine of this gynocratic shit. Thank you, Grinch. Thank you, Angry Man. Thank you, Chaos for You. Thank you, Riggs. Yeah. Thank you, Riggs. All right. Thank you for that. RPM. RPM. He's technically married. He's technically red pill. But he rocks MGTOW better than half these simp motherfuckers. Thank you, Replicant Fish, for doing your thing. Thank you, Polska Bob, with your drunk ass. One Fast Dak over there in Canada. What's up? Ginger Hamster. Ginger Hamster? Is that how he says his name? I don't know. Hemi 4 Speed. Thank you. Alright. Post Nut Clarity. JD Miles. MGTOW Checkmate. Kingy MGTOW. MGTOW Reese. Racy. With your motherfucking crazy ass. I hope you get it together. You don't want to be one of them things that make you go. Bye, Psyche Soap. And that's already out. All on the new text. All on the new text right now. I'll be sending y'all more shorts as we go along. And forgive me if I forgot you. Oh, yeah. Mr. Former, mi amigo, he's in India. Or did he get back to America? I don't know. Come back on over here. We miss you. With your simp ass. Yo, to the whole Ticosphere, you too, Baron Yam, Hid MGTOW. Rest in peace, Seafood Black Irish. What's up? Yo, we're all one, big brother. And not the motherfucking big brother that watches you. All of us, we're a brother. Alright? All belong to one Father. That's God. tread on us, you've hurt another. And don't do that. Stay together, man. We brotherhood. I love you all. And I'm out.
Give me some of that old milk carrot. You shut. What? Oh, you shut. Oh, I do what I want. Do-do-do-do. Now. Do-do-do-do. And you know I said so. You know that I do what I want. Do-do-do-do. Get you. Get you. I need to beat you. Beat you down. You know that I do what I want. Sing it, sing it.
So, sorry, so,
You like my singing? Yeah. Now, what we gonna do? We're gonna mellow it out again. Do-do-do-do. Yeah. Do-do-do-do. All right. Do-do-do-do. 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 I do what I want. I said so. You know that I do what I want. Yeah. I'll get you. Beat you. Get you. Stepping on my show. Yeah. I'm so. Come on now. You better like this song.
so.